on behalf of my Deputy Convener, Councillor Kelly, other members of the committee, both here in Grangemouth and remote, and officers, may I extend a very warm welcome to you to this planning committee held within Grangemouth Community Education Unit in Grangemouth and Abbots Road. Today, Wednesday the 20th of September, in accordance with Section 43 of the Local Government in Scotland Act 2003, it has been directed that this meeting will be conducted in such a manner as to allow remote attendance by elected members. The meeting will also be live streamed. First of all, could I ask if there's any apologies?
Thank you, Convener. We have apologies submitted by Councillor Colley. Thank you.
Okay. None others intimated. Okay, that takes us on to item 2 on your agenda, which is declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business in the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Have we any declarations of interest at this time?
None.
Fine, thank you. That takes us to item 3, which is the minute of meeting of the Planning Committee held on the 23rd of August 2023, pages 4 to 14 on your agenda. Any questions arising from the minutes? Okay, before we carry on with the business, I'm just going to ask at this particular stage, is there any requests for site visits?
Convener.
Councillor Foss. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Convener. At the last scheduled meeting of this committee, it was decided that item 6 on today's agenda, P230067 FUL, should be subject to site visit by committee members. It was duly arranged. However, on arrival, the site was locked and secure, denying us full access and only allowing a limited view. Unless we have the full information, including actually seeing the site, should we feel the need, as in this case, we cannot render a valued judgment. Would it be possible to rearrange another visit to this site when the applicants can actually have the site open for our viewing? I understand that this might be inconvenient, putting this off for another visit, but we were inconvenienced ourselves. And I've passed several times on the main road and noticed the site is open. So if we could get that arranged, that would be really good. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor. I would totally agree with you, and I'm quite happy to second you for sites. How does other members feel, Councillor Kerr?
I agree, Convener. I passed an hour after we visited and the gates were open.
Okay. So we agreed to sites any otherwise minded? Okay, thank you. So if you just put that on your agenda papers, item 6, always sites. Thank you. That takes us to item 4 on your agenda papers this morning. Extension of dwelling house at Woodholme, Grahamsdyke Avenue, Bowness for Mr. D. Hebden. It's a continuation after a previous site visit. It's pages 15 to 31 on your agenda papers, and the report is by Kevin Brown, our officer, who's coming in remote. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Convener. This is a detailed application. It proposes a large extension to an existing single-storey dwelling house within the Grange Terrace Conservation Area at Grahamsdyke Avenue, Bowness. Jack, I would, if you wouldn't mind, if you could put up the proposed elevations 1 drawing, that would be useful. Thanks, Jack. The proposals include the addition of a second storey above the existing bungalow on the site and proposes to use the existing vehicular access to the site. Members can note from this drawing that you can see on the drawing there the red dashed line on the elevations. That depicts the existing outline of the existing single-storey property on the site. You can also see, if you can scroll down that drawing slightly, Jack. This elevation here shows the elevation as you would see it from the main road. And you can see there the height of the embankment behind the property. There are neighbouring properties at the top of that embankment. Jack, if you could please move on to showing the site plan drawing. Yep, you can see there the position of the dwelling house relative to the embankment to the south. It's quite a large embankment there, and you can see the garden ground further to the south of that, of the neighbouring properties. And what I would say here is that the footprint of the existing dwelling house is largely being kept. It's just the small rear extension that you can see there in terms of the extension to the footprint of the building. In terms of, Jack, sorry, if you could scroll through some of the site photographs, that would perhaps be useful for members as well. Thanks. In terms of site history, members will note that the planning permission was granted in August 2018 for the demolition of the existing dwelling house and direction of a new dwelling house in its place. The dwelling house previously granted permission in 2018 was larger in scale than that proposed in the current application. The consultation process has not generated any objections from consultees. Members should note that the consultation process has confirmed that a coal mining risk assessment is not required for this application, and should also note that the initial proposal for a flue serving a wood burning stove has now been removed from the application. It's also worth bearing in mind that the site is located outside of the scheduled areas and buffer zones for the Antonine Wall World Heritage Site. Historic Environment Scotland don't therefore have a role to play in the consultation process in these circumstances. In terms of public representation, we've received 25 letters of objection from neighbouring properties. The terms of these are summarised in section 6 of the Officer Report to the August Committee. The representations cover a large range of issues, which are assessed in turn in section 7B5 of that report. Policy assessment is set out in section 7 of the report, where it's concluded that the proposal accords with the development plan. The officer assessment on the proposal is that there are no material planning considerations that warrant a refusal of planning permission in this instance, and the officer recommendation for committee is to grant planning permission subject to the conditions outlined in the report. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Now we have a deputation request. We have an application made by Stuart Banks, the agent, but we'll also have two objectors, Dr. Sean Doolan and Rebecca Fairgreaves Stewart. Now, are members happy to accept the deputations as requested? Agreed. Okay then, if we could have Dr. Sean Doolan and Rebecca Fairbanks Stewart. If you could go up to the microphone, you'll be shown by one of the officers, and you'll have 10 minutes. The 10 minutes is 5 minutes each or whatever. 10 minutes in total. When you finish your submission, Dr. Doolan, if you just stay where you are, because members of the committee may have questions. So you have 10 minutes between you, starting from now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Convener, and thank you, committee members, and to the councillors who called this to begin with. As the Convener explained, I'm speaking, and Bex will come in after me, on behalf of Riverview Terrace residents on Grahamsdyke Road. And those two names in themselves sort of capture some of the problem. We're objecting on policy grounds, particularly around the role of the conservation area and the Antonine Wall World Heritage Site. Riverview Terrace, we have a view obviously over the Forth and up to the hills, beyond on the other side, which are also the views that were there for Roman legionaries and so on 1800 odd years ago, which is the setting for the World Heritage Site. And in fact, Grahamsdyke Road and Grahamsdyke Avenue represent the original name for the Antonine Wall, which was Grimsdyke. So we would absolutely support a positive development in a small and fairly sensitive site, but we feel that the current proposal is simply too much building for a small and fairly sensitive site. We are physically on, as you will have seen from the site visit, approximately an 8 to 10 metre high geological ridge. That is the name, the ridge which lends its name to the Grange Terrace conservation area. And the Edwardian and Victorian villas and terrace above lend much of that character. The Architectural Heritage Society of Scotland has also objected in detail to the proposals with particular elements about consistency or inconsistency with the conservation area and the character of the surrounding areas. They have highlighted the role of that geological ridge and the single-storey wood home at present as a sort of a break in the character of the area, and that the terrace, geological terrace, forms a natural sort of feature within the landscape. In going through from obviously LDB2 and the various supplementary guidelines around this, as well as technical guidance such as Historic Environment in Scotland, and through to the level of Scottish Government and the latest NPF 4, our objections are to the building in the landscape, architectural, archaeological and the ecological setting. So the proposal's height and materials both dominate and sort of eradicate the views of that particular geological terrace from the north, from the river side. So they would actually remove the landscape setting for the wall. It is actually along the length of the entire Antonian wall. It's one of the very few places in an urban context in which you can see that ridge and the original setting of the wall. So there is quite a lot of guidance in relation to the landscape value of the built heritage, and in particular of the Antonian wall, which is set out in a detailed document that we submitted back in May. We note that the recommendation document that was put forward by the Director of Place Services records conformity with all of the various policies. Both we and the Architectural Heritage Society of Scotland would actually feel that we are in a position to rebut all of the points of supposed conformity. And again, those are recorded in our previous document. One of the key points that we would like to put forward is that we feel both custodians and sort of stewards of the area as current residents. And in moving into Bowness, having lived in different parts of Scotland, I really feel that strong local identity, and there is that really strong feeling for the heritage of Bowness and for the particular sort of Antonian Wall and sort of conservation area. And that comes through quite strongly. In terms of the wider landscape, there are multiple listed buildings within it, which again are planning considerations because their landscape setting is also affected by this material development. A key point in NPF 4 is that there are now 6 new qualities of successful places. There had been 6 prior, but these are 6 updated ones. And we would particularly say that the proposal contravenes the sense of belonging identity within the community, that it contravenes the points about the distinctive local identity and architectural styles within the conservation area, which includes all the technical points about density and building massing and so on. And finally, in terms of sustainability and so on, we do have considerations on a climate basis about proposed excavations into the bank. So it's not about the structure, which would potentially affect the longer term resilience of the area. The detail of the council's guidance on the Antonian Wall are really quite clear, that impacts that would damage the integrity, authenticity significant or understanding of the World Heritage Site would include developments that interrupt key views to or from the World Heritage Site, that changes the character of the landscape in and around the site, or that reduces people's appreciation or understanding of the site in its landscape setting, or could affect any of the qualities or significance for which the site was initially inscribed. And the guidance by the council goes on to elaborate and says the wall was deliberately positioned with reference to the surrounding topography, resources and landscape of central Scotland that offered the wall wide-ranging views over the hills and was also widely visible in the landscape. So as we say, currently Riverview Terrace actually sits within the World Heritage Site.
Just sorry to interrupt you, just say you've got 3 minutes left. Do you want to bring your colleague in?
Yep, I'm on my last paragraph.
Okay, thank you.
So the current proposed form, we feel, does affect the landscape setting. It obscures the views from the north of the geological terrace, which is the basis for the Antonine Wall, and that sets much of the character for the conservation area from the top of the hill down through to the town and the harbour below, and that it contravenes a variety of different policies and guidelines and technical guidelines from international level with the World Heritage Site, Scottish Government, groups like Historic Environment Scotland, and a variety of policies set out around LGP2. So with that, if I could hand over to Bex. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I don't have an awful lot to say, but I'd like to echo what Sean's said, and I'm really just here to kind of give a little bit of perspective from the residents. As somebody who's lived in Riverview Terrace for 5 years, I really value the surroundings. Now, I'm quite a young person, but these are very old buildings, beautiful surroundings, and a conservation and a World Heritage Site, somewhere that we have real pride in, and a real sense of community. All the neighbours talk to one another. We are very together, and we're standing together against this proposal, because we aren't against development on the site, full stop. The site could be very beautiful, and at the moment, admittedly, it's very ugly. And we spent the summertime chasing kids away from there, trying to keep the site safe, phoning police and council members. So it's really in our best interest, and we feel the interest of the site and the area, just to make sure that something is built there, but considerately. And Sean's outlined all the important points about why we think what's being proposed is wrong, but we'll leave that for your considerations. Thank you.
Thank you. It's now an opportunity for members to come in and ask any questions, but before we do, just a point here. Councillor Redmond has just joined us, so I'm just checking with the legal advisor to see what Councillor Redmond's position will be when you come in to a debate that's already started, just to see whether his position is that he'll be able to participate in the decision making or he'll not.
Thank you, Convener, and thanks for raising the question. I saw Councillor Redmond entering the meeting during the course of the deputation. Just looking at our standing orders, we do note that absences for brief periods during consideration of business will be disregarded in terms of attendance during the whole of the consideration of an item. We haven't started the substantive discussion on the item as yet. I'm aware that Councillor Redmond maybe didn't hear part or a couple of minutes of the deputation, but presumably heard the rest of the deputation, and my view would be that that's not of a degree that would require Councillor Redmond not to take part in the decision making on the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. I'm sure it would needed clarity on that position as has been raised before. It's now an opportunity for members of the committee to ask any questions of the objectors, Dr. Sean Doolan and Rebecca Fairview-Stewart. Any questions to the objectors at this point? None? None. Okay, you can retake your seat, sir and madam. Thank you very much. It's now an opportunity for Mr. Banks, Stuart Banks, the agent, to come forward and has 10 minutes. Have you just give us your designation, Mr. Banks, and who you're representing? Okay, thank you.
I'm Stuart Banks from T-Square Architectural, here to represent the applicants. Firstly, I'm here to agree with Falkirk Council's decision to grant planning permission. I intend to back that up. There's been multiple objections on a number of topics, so I'll quickly run through those. So can you hear me okay? Sorry. Any better? Cool. In no particular order, access and road safety was raised. It's not an issue, nothing's changing, same access as before. And during the work, the contractor will follow all health and safety guidance, adopt all standard safety procedures all the way through the project. The Antonine Wall, I note the comments made previously. According to the planner's assessment, the application site is to the north of and entirely outside of the World Heritage Site. The proposed work has no impact on this. The house is no wider than the original. We're building a storey directly on top. And as it stands just now, the top of the banking is barely visible over the top of the existing house. Some of the wider comments, I'm not sure if they would come under the Planning Department's remit. Character and appearance, loss of amenity were mentioned. These were all discussed during the application process and amended in discussion with the planning officer. At the officer's request, the roof design was changed. Originally, we had vertical side gables. We changed it to hipped on all sides. As was mentioned, we got planning permission in 2018 for a two-storey house on this site and demolish the existing. The planners originally asked us there for just a traditional sloping roof up to a ridge, and the applicants themselves pushed against this, asking for a flat-topped roof to maintain the neighbours' views. We repeated this again with the current application. There are several examples of flat roofs in the surrounding conservation area, we demonstrated that the proposals do reflect the character and appearance of the conservation area. Excuse me. And the planners agreed with this in 2018 and again in 2023. Obviously, residents' concerns have been taken into account by virtue of going for a flat-topped roof. Even as recently as last month, we removed a stove from the application, even though the objection was received long after the notification period expired, and despite the council's advice that the flue pipe was satisfactory. Overshadowing, that's a moot point. The extension sits to the north of the objectors. It can never cast a shadow to the south. It's still in full compliance with all planning policies, had the orientation been different. The extension's maybe 8.5 metres high at the bottom of the banking. At its lowest point, the banking is maybe 7 metres high. The gardens slope away from the top of the banking up to the houses. There's another couple of feet, say, let's assume an average of 0.5 metre from garden level up to floor level of the houses on Grahamsdyke Road. So with those height differences in mind, the council guidance notes say that opposing windows should be 18 metres apart. Now that would be a level site. We're approximately 25 metres away, but also 8, 9, 10 metres lower than the neighbouring houses. Every south-facing window in this extension looks directly into the banking or looks up at the boundary fences. At worst, the flat-topped roof is 1.8 metres above garden level, not floor level, garden level, and that's 13 metres inside the applicant's boundary, and that only affects the easternmost neighbour on Grahamsdyke Road. It's worth noting anybody could erect a 2 metre high fence under permitted development right along that southern boundary right now. The only visible part of the extension, which will only be seen by a couple of neighbours, is the very top of the flat roof. The flat roof itself is only 11 metres wide. A visibility display, it doesn't cover the entire horizon. It's just quite a narrow projection. Further west, the top of the extension is 700 millimetres below garden level. Now, that doesn't take into account screening from existing fences, sheds, decks, and so on. So there's no loss of amenity. All the factors that contribute to living conditions, noise, overlooking, overshadowing, loss of daylight, loss of privacy, and so on, none of these are affected by the extension. It's the same height as the previously approved house, the new house in 2018. There's no reason to claim the extension doesn't comply with any Falkirk Council guidance and policies. HCO8, for example, the LDP, the design scale and materials, well, they are sympathetic to the surroundings. They're a vast improvement on the existing building. The rear extension sits neatly into the sloping site. It doesn't affect amenity, daylight, privacy. It's almost entirely built over the existing footprint, so there's no impact on road safety or garden ground, and it's clearly not overdevelopment. And even if the view was affected, and we've demonstrated that it isn't, planning policy clearly states the loss of a view as the result of an extension is not a material consideration in determining a planning application. It's been queried, is this an extension or a new build? Well, the planners originally accepted this description of the application, only queried it after objections were received. Yes, the house is in poor condition. It's been lying empty for 18 months, broken into and vandalised. The original roof will be removed. Existing foundations, basement, ground floor, external walls, and most of the internal walls are also being kept. It's simply a new story, one on top of the other, and a small first floor extension round the back. The planners were happy with that explanation, and they kept the original description as an extension. On to stability. It was mentioned concerns about structure. The application doesn't go into much detail in the structural aspects, simply because that, with respect, has nothing to do with the planning department. All that work is subject to a building warrant. It's designed and certified by a structural engineer, and it's inconceivable that Falkirk Council and any of the professionals involved in the project would or could allow work to proceed without all those safeguards in place. A lot of research went into that previous project in 2018. We already know a lot about the nature of the site. It's mentioned here in the planning officer's report, but there is already a coal mining risk assessment. Although it's not required for this extension, we sent a copy in March to the planners. It doesn't concern us in any way, and all the recommendations that were in that document are being followed. And interestingly, the risk assessment found that the Coal Authority report had wrongly located a mine shaft called Balfour's Pit or Balfour Shaft. The Coal Authority shows it inside the application site. It's now thought to be 15 to 20 metres south of the site boundary, well outside the applicant's boundaries. On landslides, they were mentioned. We're not aware of anything. We suspect what's been seen was a test dig at the bottom of the banking. Wildlife, the only excavations on the site are for the foundations for the posts that support the elevated rear extension and some work to widen a path around the back. We're widening the path just to get clear access. There'll be a small retaining wall. That's it. Badgers and bats were mentioned, but any sightings, there are likely to be animals passing through. All the large trees are on the neighbouring lands to the west, and that's the likely home of any local wildlife. We know that the banking is just a thin layer of topsoil. From our test dig, it's about 45 centimetres thick.
2 minutes left, sir.
That explains the absence of mature trees on the banking and the lack of roosting sites, and obviously no badger sets in such shallow soil on the banking. Protected trees were mentioned. Well, there are none in the construction area. There were some saplings cut down at the top of the banking in the spring without the owner's knowledge, and the police were made aware, but any habitat or roosting sites, if there even were any up there, are now gone. And please bear in mind, this is an overgrown garden that's lain empty for almost 2 years. It's not a woodland area. To give some context, there were no objections to the new house that was granted permission in 2018 on a much larger scale, but 22 objections to the extension, which is smaller, with far less impact on the site. It's probably coincidence, but I've been asked to point out that there was a boundary dispute in the last year or two about creeping encroachment onto the applicant's site and restoring the boundary to match what's shown in the title deeds. I'm told that dispute has now stalled and won't be continued, But to raise the point about accuracy of plans, as one of the objections, all the drawings are based on the title deeds. Impact on property value. I hope this reassures everybody, especially with the stability. The proposals have no negative impact on property values. If anything, it can only improve them because the extension clearly enhances the site. So in summary, all the proposals are in accordance with all relevant planning policies, and they don't just squeak past, they sail through every single stated minimum distance. They're in full compliance. The sloping site, the nature of that, it means that all the concerns about privacy, overdevelopment, overshadowing, they're all unfounded. I don't see any justification to overturn the planner's decision to approve the application, and I trust the committee.
Okay, sir, thank you very much for your time. It's now an opportunity for members to ask any questions of the agent. Have we anybody here or remote? I'm looking at the screen as well. Any questions to come in to Mr. Banks? None? Don't see any. Okay, sir, you can retake your seat. Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll go into debate, but first of all, I would like to go back to our planning officer, Kevin Brown. Kevin, in terms of the policy issue that was brought up by the objectors and the applicant's agent, there are two areas here that stick out. First of all is the conservation area and also historic Scotland in regards to the Antonine Wall. I wonder if you could maybe just give us a wee overview of both these situations. Thank you.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, the conservation area is within the boundary of the conservation area. The key thread of the supplementary guidance, which goes through there, and the policies, really relates to an assessment and a consideration as to whether or not the proposal conserves or enhances the character of the conservation area. Members will recall from the site visit the appearance of the site. It's currently a pretty rundown and overgrown site. It's our consideration that the proposal does represent an enhancement of the conservation area, and you'll maybe note as well that there's a condition proposed in relation to finishing materials to ensure that we can get the best possible finishing materials and the closest possible matches for the character of the area. The wider area itself is characterised by quite a few large Victorian villas, detached villas, but there's also quite a mixture of other more modern properties within the area, a mixture of architectural styles and detailing and finishing materials. So there's not one prevalent finishing material or architectural style which this site is perhaps easily reflective of. The applicants have done made an attempt to design a property which meets the character of the conservation area, but that's for committee to obviously determine. In terms of the Antonine Wall World Heritage Site, it is outside of the scheduled area for the World Heritage Site. It lies to the north of the line of the Antonine Wall as it's shown on the Antonine Wall maps within the supplementary guidance. In that sense, we don't consult with Historic Environment Scotland on it. The consideration there is whether or not the proposal preserves the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site. Considerations there really relate to things like, as was mentioned by the objectors, views from the north and interpretation of the wall itself. Now, when you view the site from the north, you really have to go quite some distance to the north, as in over the water, to be able to look back towards Bowness to see the site in its context of the ridgeline itself. And in that context, the site is quite well built up. There's a lot of mature trees east and west of the site. The proposed scale of the building, it's our view that doesn't impact on the ability to interpret the wall in that location. So from our perspective, yes, Historic Environment Scotland don't have a role to play in the consultation process here. And we are of the view that the World Heritage Site, the character of that is adequately preserved.
Okay, just one further point. It was mentioned by Mr. Banks, the agent, in relation to a bit of clarity regarding the coal mining risk. I think he'd stated in his submission that initially there was a mine shaft located within the application site. Can you just clarify this?
Yeah, so this relates to the issue of whether or not we consider the proposal to be an extension of the existing property or a complete new build. In the circumstances of a complete new build, the Coal Authority require us to ask the applicant to submit a coal mining risk assessment for submission and for consultation with the Coal Authority. In this instance, because it's and as the applicant set out there and is sort of demonstrated in the plans, this is an extension to the existing dwelling house as opposed to a new build. That those extensions of that nature are exempt from the requirement for a coal mining risk assessment and consultation with the Coal Authority. So in that sense, it's then down to the structural stability aspects of building standards and the building warrant process as to whether or not the property is constructed correctly.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to bring in Craig Russell at this stage, our roads officer, just to give us an overview, because obviously those of us that were around the site could see quite clearly that there was a bad bend there, and just wondering what his department thinks about the situation. Craig?
Thanks, Convener. We weren't consulted on this application. This is a typical householder application that roads normally aren't consulted on. So we don't have any comment to offer, any informed comment to offer anyway, Convener.
Craig, clarity. Okay, members, any members either in Councillor Nimmo?
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Just a quick question for Mr. Brown on the back of your own questions, Convener. But can I just start off by thanking Dr. Doolan for his presentation? There was a lot of information contained in his presentation, and it was worthwhile just listening to what he had to say. I know that officers are recommending to grant, but I'm just wondering, with Dr. Doolan's presentation, if all the information that was provided in that has actually been taken into account before officers reach their recommendation?
Yes, Councillor Nimmo, yes, it has been. You see from the representations list on the back of the August Planning Committee papers that the submissions from Mr. Doolan are included in there. They were received in time for me to be able to draft up that report to Planning Committee, and the substantive points raised in that document are covered within the comments in the report. So yes, we have taken on board those. A lot of what I would say is a lot of the points which were raised in that representation were duplicates of points raised by other individuals throughout the course of the planning application process anyway. I met on site with a number of the residents early on in the application process to go through and talk over their concerns. As with a lot of applications, we're not able to allay those concerns in their entirety, but we've had to conclude matters by making a recommendation as we have done.
Okay, thanks for confirming that, Kevin. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Convener. Again, to Mr. Brown, Kevin, can you confirm something to me? Because looking at this, I understand in 2018 there's been a planning application for a house which is actually slightly bigger in size. If this wasn't to be approved today, I assume that 2018 application would still go ahead, and that this purely today is the extension to that, although they're changing the style of the original one to a slightly smaller house. Am I correct in that?
No, sorry, Councillor. The 2018 permission has now lapsed. It's still a material planning consideration in the assessment of this application, but it's no longer a live permission which can be implemented.
So would that need to be, so I get this as an extension, so would they need to then put another planning application for the house again? Is that where we stand?
Sorry, so can hopefully clear up the confusion. So the 2018 proposal was to demolish the existing dwelling house that sits on the site and build a larger property in its entirety there. That permission has lapsed, so that cannot be implemented. The current proposal is not to demolish the existing house in its entirety, but to extend that by placing a second story on that, so that they're separate applications. They're not linked in that sense, but the previous permission is still a material planning consideration in the assessment, and hence why it's referred to in the report.
Thank you, that makes sense.
Anything else, Councillor Bowes? Is that you? Thank you.
That's me, convener. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any members? Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. Just on the back of one of Mr. Banks's point, who said that, you know, the structure's nothing to do with planning consent. But I was just sort of thinking, you know, we've got a house currently that's it's one story, it's got a small roof on it, and we're talking about adding another full story, then an attic conversion as well. What would the situation be if, say, planning consent was granted today, and then they got to site and then they went to start building it, and the building looks like a sort of timber frame, and maybe a structural engineer said, well, you can't build an extra story, well, 2 stories on top of the existing story that's there. The house that was there was built to have a small roof on top of it. It wasn't built to have 2 stories on top of it. What would the situation be? Would the developer then just be able to knock down that story, or would they have to resubmit planning again to knock down to the foundation level?
Kevin?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I think the applicants have already given consideration to the structural elements of the build, which has been alluded to in Mr. Banks's submissions. In terms of what would happen, I suppose it would depend on the scale involved, and we would need to give consideration as to whether or not any amendments of that nature were material or not, whether or not they intrinsically change the application itself from an extension to a new build. Now, there's quite a large amount of the existing property is proposed to be kept, so it's a bit crystal ball gazing, but I suppose there is the potential that if it was entirely demolished on site, or required to be entirely demolished, then that would be a separate application that would be required. So yeah, it would depend on the scale of those changes, and we would need to see some submissions from the applicant fleshing that out to make a consideration as to whether or not those changes were material or not.
No, right, thanks. That's good to know. And then just my kind of final question was, obviously they've got in the elevations drawing, there's an attic, and there's a wee guy standing in the attic space, but on the floor plans, I can just see floor plans for the basement, the ground floor and the first floor. What are they intending to do? Is the attic going to be bedrooms, or is it just going to be one big open space? It has got Velux windows in it as well, which makes it look like it's going to be an open place. What was the...
Yeah, it's my understanding it's just a storage element, and similarly with the basement area, it's just storage areas for the applicants, and not proposed as bedroom space. Incidentally, if it were ever used or converted at a future date to bedroom space, that would have obviously a consideration as to whether any of that required planning permission, if there were any external alterations to the property or anything like that. But what I would say there is that as Mr. Banks touched on in his submissions, the window to window distances involved are in excess of any current privacy standards, so we wouldn't necessarily be concerned about those windows causing a privacy issue or anything like that. It's more a matter of the current proposal is for it to be a storage area, and that's how we have to assess the current application.
Perfect, thanks.
Any other? Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, convener. I think it was really important at the site visit to see the site itself, and to see the full scale of the site. It was mentioned by, I think it was by the objector with regards to the size of the site, with regards to the house size. Kevin, does the site, is it the house size over provision for the site, or does it come into correct legislation?
We don't any longer have a plot ratio calculation as you may be used to see in some of the legislation. There used to be a 1:4 plot ratio calculation that was applied to these sorts of proposals. Now the focus is really on the issues associated with overdevelopment and whether or not any of those issues are at play here. As we've talked about already, the window-to-window distances, the sloping ground, the distances to boundaries are all leading us to the conclusion that there are no privacy or overshadowing concerns here. There is space within the site, adequate space for quite an extensive area of garden ground, albeit quite a lot of that is heavily sloped, but there is quite a substantial area on the flat as well to the west of the proposed dwelling house itself, and there is also adequate off-street parking available within the site itself. So from our perspective, we don't consider it to be an overdevelopment of the plot. It fits relatively comfortably with the context of the surrounding area in terms of plot sizes and developed ground. So yeah, from our perspective, we're relatively comfortable with the proposed scale of the property.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Another point that was mentioned, and we know that views isn't as a material consideration, but it was mentioned with regards to the conservation area and World Heritage Site. Does that change the view with regards to the policy of material consideration for views, or is it just doesn't come into consideration?
It's kind of a twofold element, to be honest with you, Councillor. The right to a view and that not being a material planning consideration per se is really a consideration of the concern that's regularly raised by residents to new development proposals where their existing window to their living room or bedroom or so on may be completely blocked out by a proposed extension adjacent. And essentially we can't take the loss of a view as a material consideration into account there. When talking about the views to and from the site in relation to the Antonine Wall World Heritage Site, the emphasis there is about this degree of interpretation of the Antonine Wall World Heritage Site and whether or not that is impacted adversely by the proposals. In this instance, the Antonine Wall is quite a lengthy feature in its own right. When viewed from the north, the escarpment itself that the Antonine Wall ran along the top of is a lengthy feature in its own right. This represents a small encroachment into that view, if you like, from the north, and it's our view that that's not a significant issue in terms of interpretation of the wall and its characteristics. As for views from the site, again, that's a judgment that's to be made, but you'll understand that there are certain parts of the Antonine Wall World Heritage Site which are more visible than others. This application site and the surrounding area is in a highly built up area. It's not, for instance, akin to Roughmute Fort or anywhere else where you can see the wall and its line quite clearly. So again, the views from the site itself are not as significantly interrupted here as they would have been perhaps if it was within one of the more clearly open areas of the Antonine Wall World Heritage Site.
Thank you. And my last question, Convener. If the application was granted, what height would the building protrude to the top where Brave View is it Brave, with houses they are? Is it a metre, half a metre, 2 metres? Or?
Thanks, Councillor. It varies slightly. It's perhaps worthwhile having a look at that, Jack, if you wouldn't mind showing the site sections drawing. That perhaps gives the best reference for members to see the height of the garden grounds above relative to the height of the property proposed. Yeah, so you can see there are the 3 dashed lines in the bottom right hand corner on the site plan. That shows where these 3 section drawings are taken from. So you can see the 3 sections through the site there, and the line at the top of the embankment depicting the back fences of the properties to the south. So you can see there that in terms of the height, it varies because the Antonine wall at that, or the top of the embankment there is sloping in itself east to west. So it varies, but it's at no point is it more than 2 metres, for instance, above the height of the existing embankment.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, any questions? Anybody remotely coming in? Well, at this stage, after giving consideration and listening to all arguments, I'm going to formally move the recommendation from officers contained within the report, and that's to grant planning permissions subject to conditions.
I'll second that.
Anybody otherwise minded? Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, then,
Agreed.
Thank you. That takes us to item 5 in your agenda this morning: construction of veterinary care facility, dwelling house, parking and access, and change of use of land to form exercise area at land to the northwest of Nappy Falls House, Falkirk, for Mr. Brian Allen. The report is going to be by Catherine Chorley, but we've also got deputation requests. And before we ask Catherine to give her submission, we have a deputation request from one of the local councillors, Councillor Robertson. And we also have an application made by Adam Tolman, the agent to be received as a deputation as well. Are we agreed, first of all, to the deputation from both gentlemen?
Agreed.
Agreed. Fine, thank you.
Agreed.
Okay, that takes us on to the submission and report by Catherine Chorley. Thank you, Catherine.
Thanks, Convener. Jack, if you could show the location plan, please. Thanks, Jack. So this is a hybrid application, meaning it's part full planning permission and part planning permission in principle. The detailed element is the change of use of agricultural land to form an exercise area, while a proposed house and veterinary care facility are being considered in principle. The site itself measures about 0.3 hectares and includes a 5-sided area of land in the corner of the field and a 2-metre wide walking area measuring 160 metres long, running along the boundary of the field. The call-in reasons are set out in section 2.1 of the report. The consultation responses are set out in section 4, and the Roads Development Unit have raised concerns about the potential safety impacts of the access in close proximity to a blind bend and taking into account the vertical and horizontal alignment of the road at this location. In addition to this, they have raised concerns about the safety of the unlit rural road for use by pedestrians associated with the proposal. Nature Scott have advised that the proposed development would have a detrimental impact on the qualifying interest of the bean geese associated with the Slamanan Plateau Special Protection Area, and for that reason they have objected to the application. However, they have advised that subject to conditions, the issues could be resolved. It should be noted that if the conditions were not added to any permission, then the application would need to be referred to Scottish ministers on the basis of an objection from Nature Scott. No other significant concerns have been raised through the consultation process. There was one comment in support of the application, which is also noted in the report. Proposed development has been assessed against the relevant policies in the National Planning Framework 4 and Local Development Plan 2. The detailed policy assessment is contained in section 7 onwards of the report. Due to the impact on qualifying interests associated with the special protection area, Falkirk Council as competent authority are required to carry out a habitat regulations appraisal. The findings of this appraisal are summarised in section 7.5b of the report. For the reasons set out in section 7 of the report, it is considered that the proposal does not comply with the relevant policies in the development plan, and the application is recommended for refusal by officers. There are 6 reasons for refusal, which are set out in section 9. The proposal is for a dwelling house and business in an unsustainable location without suitable justification. It would increase reliance on private vehicle use at odds with the policies in the local development plan of NPF 4. The business plan lacks sufficient information to demonstrate a sound financial basis. The supplementary guidance on development in the countryside states that where a house is to be associated with a proposed economic activity, construction of the house will not be permitted in advance of the development of the business. In these circumstances, it is usual for the council to grant a temporary permission for a non-permanent form of housing pending the establishment of the business. That's all from me now, convener. Thanks. Thanks, Jack, as well.
Thank you very much for that. It's now an opportunity. It's already been agreed for Councillor Robertson to speak. You will have 10 minutes. Councillor Robertson is speaking remotely. Councillor Robertson, you have 10 minutes from now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, convener. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. This application has been noted as an application in principle. Although I'm a local elected member and I was born in the Braes area, I have a long life history of the Slamanan area. I note with interest the Environmental Protection Unit, Nature Scot, the Coal Authority, Scottish Water in general have recommended a number of conditions and informatives. However, these statutory consultees have on balance not recommended outright refusal. These consultees I consider to be offering mitigation circumstances, reinforcing the view that the planning application in principle should be considered and analysed on its merit. I am also concerned that the planning authority was not aware that there was a hamlet called Nappy Falls in this vicinity, and my understanding is that according to the 1901 census that there were 24 inhabitants living in that area, and that was only the area in close proximity to the area we're discussing just now. Out with that, there was other people living in the area. I am also concerned that the planning authority was not aware. Sorry, I've just missed a bit. I'm repeating. Please forgive me. Slamanan was a former mining community, and the area is steeped in history in relation to this. Mines were dotted all over the area, and the area itself was a vibrant and busy community due to this. The area in question, where the applicant is looking to build a home and business, is located in the area that in the past supported a mining community. The area had numerous houses in close proximity to the application site. The housing in the area supported about 100 people. The mining community was served by a shop and post office that is only a matter of metres away from the entrance to the proposed site. A post box still remains today where the shop was located. Numerous businesses were formed on the back of mining activity that took place, and the blaze that was generated from the coal extraction was used to make bricks at the former brickworks. I am also concerned that the planning department did not take consideration of the history of the area. The situation, I contend, is a mirror image of a previous application determined in Limerick, where the planning department didn't know there was a settlement named Barnesmuir next to Limerick Primary School. Convener, I don't know if you can remember, you will of course remember that application. My understanding is that Nappy Falls area exhibits is littered with the detriment of industrial machinery, such as tramway lines, mineral railway, coke kilns and a pithead. Dear knows what else is hidden in that countryside. It was also used in the past for an area where waste was deposited by the council. I also noted in the body of the report that paragraph 7A11 that the land is not considered as being of prime agricultural quality. However, in the report under 7A26, the proposed development would result in the loss of good quality land. My view is that these statements are contradictory. The evidence points to a view that this area and the site in question was inhabited, and as this is so, the land in question should be considered brownfield site. What we should also take into consideration is the fact that this area has been in decline for 122 years. I firmly believe that development would improve the area and should be considered sustainable. How can you achieve more sustainable transport if there's no one to use public transport, which in turn means that the area will continue being in perpetual decline. Therefore, it accords with NP4, which advocates that repopulation of previous depopulated areas of rural locations. My worry is that the planning today is more town centre orientated and unfortunately does not understand the needs of rural areas. This proposed development should be considered as ideal infill development and is the type of business which fits comfortably within the countryside. In conclusion, as this is part of an application in principle, it's my view that Planning Department is asking for information at this stage which is not required. If the committee actually went to site and having visited the site, I hope you will grant the application in principle. There's another few points. How long have I got to speak?
How many minutes? You have another 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I'll just like to point out some other things. Within the application, it's obviously been policy statements have been provided to go against the application. That number one, the application is contrary to policy PE01 placemaking of the Falkirk Local Development Plan 2 and policy 14 design, quality and place of the National Planning Framework 4, as the proposed development is not considered to promote the qualities of successful placemaking. The proposal is to change the use of land to form exercise area, construct a veterinary care facility, dwelling house, parking and access to land to the northwest of Nappy Falls House, Falkirk. The site is brownfield site, previously a hamlet, numerous dwellings. It is not designed to placemake. The place is already there. The application is also contrary to policy PE14, has been described. Countryside and HC05, housing in the countryside of Falkirk Local Development 2 and policy 17, rural homes of the National Planning Framework 4. As the proposed development does not satisfy any of these circumstances where new house development in the countryside is supported, the application therefore represents unjustified development in the countryside out with the urban limits, which would have an adverse impact on the character and pattern of the development in the rural environment. The proposal is not a housing development, and as such should be viewed in the context of what its aims and functions are, namely to provide a much needed service to a rural community on a brownfield site where originally numerous dwellings were located. It is not unjustified development and does not infringe urban and village limits. The application is also supposed to be contrary to policy PE04 placemaking and IR05 travel hierarchy and transport assessment of the Falkirk Local Development Plan 2 and policy 13 sustainable transport and policy 15 local living in 20-minute neighbourhoods of the National Planning Framework 4, as the development would be accessed from an unlit rural road which restricted with vertical and horizontal alignment and without the benefit of pedestrian facilities. The generation of additional pedestrian and vehicular traffic at this location would not be the best interest of road safety, as the development would contribute towards unsustainable growth in car-based commuting and suburbanisation of the countryside. Unfortunately, the policy argument effectively rings the death knell on all urban development. Old or former small enclaves, hamlets, villages are being discriminated against by the enforcement of sustainable transport and 20-minute neighbourhood policies. I am asking the committee to utilise their own local knowledge and experience to consider the wider impacts to the Falkirk Council area. We are an urban environment. We do have small outlier dwellings across the district. We should recognise the impacts such decisions will have on local communities. The application is supposed to be contrary to policy 1, tackling the climate and nature crisis, and policy 2, climate mitigation and adaptation of the National Planning Framework 4, as the development of unjustified housing and business development in the rural area is fundamentally incompatible with the overarching aims of these policies. The applicant will take all steps to include climate mitigation measures in both the design and construction of development. The development will actually add to the Council's goal of net zero. It's also stated that the application is contrary to policy PE14, countryside, and JE05, business development, the countryside of Falkirk Local Development 2, and policy 29, rural development of the National Planning Framework 4, as the proposed development does not satisfy any of the circumstances where new development in rural areas supported. The application therefore represents unjustified development in the countryside, out with the urban and village limits, which would have an adverse impact on the character and pattern of development in the rural environment. The application was not accompanied by sufficient information to allow consideration of application. The business is a veterinary care facility. It's ideally suited to an urban setting. Animals, by their very nature, obviously have ailments. This is an agricultural and farming-based area all throughout the rural areas. It would be beneficial to have this in place, especially in the winter times when it's difficult to actually get here from elsewhere to tend to animals that possibly have any ailments. The application was not accompanied by an ecology statement and biodiversity enhancement statement. The proposal would be contrary to policy P19, biodiversity and geodiversity of the local development plan 2 and policy 3, biodiversity and 4, natural places of natural planning framework 4. It has not been possible I'm sorry, I'm just trying to go another page here, to consider the impact on protected species. I'll be as quick as I can, thank you. Protected species which may present or on an adjacent site. It is not beyond the applicant to submit an ecology statement. It was not deemed necessary at the time of the application, and that is easily rectified. It's been spoken about the road there and display of the road and the visibility. There's some hedges there that can be cut down to a size to allow further visibility, and it could also be enhanced by a hammerhead junction for the entrance to the application site. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission, Councillor. That was very fulsome. Now it's an opportunity for members of the committee that would like to ask any questions of the local councillor relating to his submission. Any questions coming from either inside here or on remote to Councillor Roberts? None? 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 Okay then, thank you very much, sir, for your contribution. It's now an opportunity now. Pardon?
I say thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. It's now an opportunity now for the agent, Adam Tolman, to step forward, sir. You have 10 minutes.
This is Brian, who is the applicant.
You just tell us who you are, your designation.
I'm Adam Tolman, the agent. Brian is going to give a short presentation, followed by me, 10 minutes for the two.
10 minutes for the two.
Yes. Okay.
Good morning all, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at this meeting today. My name is Brian Allen and I am the applicant. I currently live near Slamanan and I am one of the practice owners at Cumbernauld Vets for Pets Limited, working as a veterinary surgeon with an advanced qualification in small animal orthopaedic surgery. I am looking to expand the services offered by Vets for Pets Cumbernauld with a new animal care facility and an associated dwelling for myself on the application site. Currently, if my patients require boarding physiotherapy care, there is no service which offers this. The only available options are either hospitalisation on its own if boarding is required, or a day patient physiotherapy appointment. The business that I have proposed for the veterinary care facility at Slamanan combines both of these needs. The patients will stay at the premises and receive medical and pain relief interventions plus physiotherapy. This is unique, as no boarding kennels in the area have vets working at them, and no veterinary hospitals have physiotherapy facilities which include boarding. The existing Vets for Pets Cumbernauld business turned over just under £1 million last year. The accounts data have been provided for this, but it cannot expand with this service at its current location. A rural setting is essential so that convalescing animals can be exercised in an environment with seclusion for quiet, uninterrupted care, unlike taking a dog to a park or other public place, as happens with current veterinary physiotherapy facilities. The patient benefits for this type of location has also been confirmed by a specialist in canine rehabilitation, that's Dr. Amanda Lex Ormsby, a letter from whom was included in the application documentation. It should also be noted that this proposed area of rural land is classified as severely disadvantaged and would not remove good quality agricultural land as indicated in the report. Since Vets for Pets Cumbernauld is my business and I currently refer patients away just now for basic physio and or hospitalisation a few times per week, I am certain that I would be able to fill the facility at Slowmanon and provide superior care for these patients. My clients often have prior engagements such as weddings, holidays, etc. So when their pet needs surgery, they often postpone it for weeks until after their event. My facility would allow the patients to get help more rapidly, thus alleviating pain more quickly. My clients would get their patients back after they've returned from their event. It is not intended that clients would regularly visit the facility. The patients would be transferred between there and Cumbernauld Vets for Pets for collection at the end of their stay. We are unsure who provided comment to the Council on the submitted business plan, which was deemed unusual in its structure. The business plan was produced in consort with William Collins, who's a Senior Fellow of Accountancy at Stirling University. As with the original business plan for Vets for Pets Cumbernauld, the costs associated with capital, i.e. the costs of building the facilities, are not included in the plan, as the building cost is not associated with the business costs. The building could be sold, but not the goodwill of the business. Therefore, the two are separate issues. The costs associated with building the facility have not been excluded or dismissed. They're just not relevant to the business costs. Finally, when starting any new business venture, you have to work hard yourself in order to keep expenditure low. Blood, sweat and tears is what makes a business at the start. Therefore, it doesn't faze me to do the same here to grow the veterinary care facility. The proximity of the proposed dwelling is an essential part of the development plan, allowing for the 24-hour care necessary for the patient's rehabilitation in an affordable manner and within a secluded environment that will aid healing and be safe for the patients. I'll now pass over to Adam. Thank you.
Sorry, okay. Brian was brought up in Slowmanon and trained as a vet and wishes to remain in the area to bring his expertise back to the Braes whilst investing in his home village. It is important this application is presented to the committee. You are the local decision makers. National and local planning policies are vital in ensuring the direction of development is in common interest. However, NPF 4 and Falkirk's second local development plan, along with supplementary planning guidance, is a broad framework for decision making. They cannot take every set of circumstances into account. Committee decisions are therefore vital in applying policies to individual sites and on balance deciding the right outcomes for the local area. This is a complex application. It could be argued either way on policy grounds depending on whether you believe it to be of net benefit or indeed detriment to its location. We believe that the veterinary care facility with its associated dwelling will make a positive contribution to Slowmanon. I would urge you to read in full the arguments given in support of the application within our design and access statement and subsequent submissions. These arguments have not been presented in the recommendation report as they have not been accepted by the planning department, but in our view, that does not make them invalid. They are important to the discussion. Some key points I would appreciate that you consider. The business case for the location is vital to the animals' welfare, as Brian has indicated. The associated dwelling key to the sustainable operation of the facility in this secluded site. The rural location is important for the business, but can a dwelling be supported in association with it? It can, if the business is viable. Is this an ex-mining site? Brownfield land? It could be considered so. Mining left a legacy of railways, sidings, tramways, and even miners' cottages, all just below the surface. Does the development assist in the repopulation of a previously inhabited area? The Braes was once thriving with rural and mining communities. It is now a shadow of that former self. Much has been made in the recommendation report across a number of different policies that the rural location is not sustainable. As regards transport and the proximity of existing services with reference made to the 20-minute neighbourhood. This is a developing concept in planning determination terms. But what Braes Village could possibly boast the ability to access all the facilities deemed necessary to comply with Policy 15 in NPF 4? Play parks, schools, hairdressers, cafes, bars, restaurants, shops, libraries, banks, doctors, pharmacies, dentists. Yes. All have some, but few have all. No development in the Braes area could comply with this policy to the letter. Similarly, to refuse a rural development on the basis that it would create more car journeys and therefore greater greenhouse gas emissions would negate any form of development in the Braes. Who is to say the vehicle is not electric, or indeed if the journey did not start in a nearby village rather than down in Falkirk? I do not think that a veto on rural development was the intention of Policy 15. Transport and service access should be considered, yes, but here I think it is being used to build a case against development rather than in a considered and applied manner. As concerns road safety, the Roads Department had requested greater vision displays based on an assumed average speed of 50 miles an hour. The applicant had speeds measured on the road adjacent to the site, and the 85 percentile average speed was between 43 and 46, lower than assumed. The achievable vision displays for the proposed access equate to those on the existing field access, which is used on a daily basis. The proposed access is therefore no worse than the existing one. However, the applicant does have full control of the field boundary and can realign the hedge if necessary. I am convinced that a safe solution will be possible on further liaison with council officers and conditioned accordingly. Finally, and I will be brief, ecology, landscape and biodiversity. It is important to note that NatureScot are satisfied that conditions attached to any consent can address the necessary protection of the bean geese feeding areas nearby, but some questions have been raised on other species. Can I impress upon the committee the cost of preparing this type, the documentation for this type of application? It costs thousands to have a dedicated ecology report, and for an ecologist to do the short site walkover and produce it. The applicant prepared a well-informed document backed by his veterinary training and with direct liaison with the Bean Goose Action Group that produced an acceptable solution with NatureScot to accommodate both the bean geese and the development. Currently, the site is a monoculture, grassland for silage production. It is not biodiverse. Its development would therefore not reduce local biodiversity. In fact, the proposal to generate a woodland meadow with tree planting within the exercise area can only enhance the site's biodiversity. Given that a further MSC application will be necessary if consent is given, I am sure that we can work very constructively with the Council to create positive ecological outcomes for the site. European protected species have been mentioned in the report, with the implication that the impact on these remains unquantified. If you visit the site, it's very clear that the necessary habitats for amphibians like great crested newt and natterjack toads are not present. Likewise, protected flora such as the Canali fern, slender naiad, and grow in wetter west coast areas.
Final minute.
And
Thank you.
1 minute, okay. And wasp saxifrage does not grow in pasture. The closest available bat roosts would be in possible crevices in the mature trees, and these would not support nursery roosts. In our many rural planning applications to date, we have only been asked for ecologist-conducted bat surveys where existing structures are present. We would not expect to undertake this type of reporting in an open field where no changes are proposed to potential roost sites. As regards trees, all the trees are far enough away for the root protection zones that are required under SG10. Landscape issues are best considered by visiting the site, which I know you've done so. I'm sure you'll agree that understanding the context of the proposal is very important given what you're being asked to weigh up. In conclusion, I would urge the committee to look at the positive contributions that could come from this development, both at this stage and through a subsequent more detailed application. The Braes needs investment. It needs people to remain and build their lives in the area, and it needs you as a committee to believe that this application can be a net gain to the locality and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you gentlemen for your submissions. And now an opportunity to open it up for members to ask any questions. Councillor Flynn.
Yep, thank you, Convener. I have 5 or 6 questions to address to probably Mr. Allen, actually. They're just straightforward questions. I'm well familiar with vets as I have various animals and attend 2 different vets. Can I just ask, just really for my information, you mentioned your business at Cumbernauld. Are you owned by any national business, Mr. Allen?
No, the brand Vets for Pets is a national brand, but the actual business at Cumbernauld is a partnership.
Right.
So
Is it sort of a franchise then, is it?
No, it's different from a franchise still. It's a partnership. So I am one of the people who own the shares in it.
Right.
Vets for Pets do own some shares in it, but they don't have any say on what happens clinically. It's me that does that.
Okay. And then from what you were saying, I'm kind of guessing you seem to suggest that any animals that were treated, if this was passed at the Slamanan practice, would be taken to Cumbernauld where the owners would pick them up. Is that the same for when the owners, you know, leave the animals? Would they leave them at Cumbernauld and then you just take them up in your van and then various treatments and things happen and then, you know, is that how it would work?
Yep. Sorry, pretty much, yes. What you're saying is quite correct. The idea is that, I mean, my area of expertise is orthopedic surgery, so operate on bones and tendons. Those types of surgeries usually require about 6 weeks of healing time. So imagine the scenario where somebody is going on holiday in 3 weeks. They're going to wait for the 3 weeks until their holiday, the 2 weeks that they're away, and then they'll get the surgery once they're back. So the idea is that I do the surgery there and then when it's necessary. I then take the animal to the veterinary care facility at Slamanan. The owner's away on holiday, enjoying themselves, not having to worry about the recovery of the patient. And it's not having to get left with somebody who doesn't know enough about it in these very specialised recovery periods. And then once the owner comes back, I would take it back to the practice at Cumbernauld where they would collect it from. There's no need for a client to be at Slamanan.
Right, so that would kind of minimise, I'm guessing, the number of visits to Slamanan by customers or clients, is a better word. It'd be the bare minimum, wouldn't it?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, that's right. And from what you suggested as well, you're obviously very skilled and have a niche area of your practice. Do you get referrals from other vets because of, you know, your specialities and orthopedics, etc.?
Yes, I do actually. I've got clients that come from as far as Dundee and as far south as Irvine, Ayr. There's a lot of practices down there that refer up to me at Cumbernauld. So there's massive scope for these types of surgeries to be looked after.
Okay, thanks very much. That's good. And then the final couple of questions is, with your current practice, do you have a wait list? You know, is there, my own experience trying to find vets is quite often you say I would like to find a new vet and they've got a wait list. So is that the case with your Cumbernauld practice? So this would be a genuine expansion in addition to the speciality?
It's more related to the speciality. But as far as the business is concerned, the books are open. We're taking new clients. I've taken new referrals, and wait times for surgery are usually between 1 and 2 weeks. Very quick for getting them in for surgery.
Okay, thank you. And then the final question, how many jobs would that actually create in the Slamanan practice if it was granted?
Initially, it would be 2. So it would be myself, and then when I'm at work at Cumbernauld, there would be somebody else there to care for the patients that are in the facility. So initially it would be 2.
Okay.
But obviously there's scope for that to change.
Right, no, that's fine. No, thank you very much, Mr. Allen, and thank you, convener.
Thank you, Councillor, for your input there. Very interesting questions. I'm looking about. Anybody remote questions? Anybody? Councillor Forrest.
Sorry, it's actually for officers.
Yes, indeed.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
Ms. Chorley, thanks. You opened your report with saying that this is agricultural land. However, there appears to be a wee contradiction here in 7A11. The land is not recorded as being prime agricultural quality in the context for policies 5 PE 25, nor does it constitute peatland or carbon-rich soil, but on 7A26, the proposed development would result in a loss of good quality land. Which is it?
Catherine?
Yep. There's different ways of classifying agricultural land. So you can have agricultural land which is of high quality, which is recorded as class 1, 2 or 3.1. And I think that's I can't remember the James something classification. So that's the prime, the really good top quality agricultural land. And that's protected under policy PE 25 in the local plan, and that specifically sets out those classes. In MPF 4, it's a more general protection of land and soil. So it says development proposals will only be supported if they are designed and constructed in accordance with the mitigation hierarchy, but by first avoiding and then minimising the amount of disturbance to soils on undeveloped land. So there's different ways of interpreting agricultural land and its significance.
Thank you. But you would understand why we as novices do not know the difference between prime agricultural land and non-agricultural land. However, everyone that has spoken up to this point has said that it's brownfield site. Given that, according to the maps anyway, that I've seen, there was hamlets dotted all around there. There were also lots of individual cottages, and that's going back hundreds of years. If it's brownfield, then that puts a totally different shine on it, doesn't it?
Catherine?
Yeah, thanks. MPF 4 has a definition for brownfield land. It says land which has previously been developed. The term may cover vacant or derelict land, land occupied by redundant or unused buildings, and developed land within the settlement boundary where further intensification of use is considered acceptable. I don't know if, Jack, would you mind just sharing the historic plans? Thanks, Jack. Would you be able to zoom in to the ones on the left-hand side? Thank you. So the applicant submitted some plans showing the area. This is from 1855. And you can see that Nappyfolds Cottage is shown on the southern side of the road, but there's nothing shown on the application site, which is just where, I don't know if you can see where it says well, it's just in that area on the north. And Jack, if you can scroll down to the next one, please. It's the same on this one. There's nothing on this plan from 1896 to show development on that site. And if you keep going down for me, please, Jack. Thanks. And the same on this one, which is from 1913, and then the more recent one below that as well. So I think we've got no evidence before us to show that there is historic development specifically on that site. I think even if there was policy 17 on development in the countryside, I'll just find it. Specifically says that development in the countryside is acceptable where it reuses brownfield land, where a return to a natural state has not or will not happen without intervention. So I think when you go out to site and you can see that the land has returned to a natural state if it was indeed used for housing or development historically. Thanks.
Thanks. I'd say two things about that. Firstly, you pointed out that it was near a well. No, you're not going to put a well at one end of the field and build a house at the other if you've got any brains, because you want it close by. The second one was there are other houses, etc., round about that. It has developed and underdeveloped over the years. I myself on the site visit pointed out to you where the post office was, which has still got the old VR pillar box. Again, the post office don't put pillar boxes in the middle of nowhere without anyone to fill them up. And there could be any number of houses just under the ground. They've been developed or rather they have been taken away, and therefore the ground hasn't returned to the state it is without human interference. So that has done that. Sorry, this sounds as if it's going on a bit, but I'm a bit confused with quite a few things regarding this.
Excuse me a minute, Councillor Forrest. We'll just stay at this stage. Is there going to be any other questions from remote or in here in relation to the applicant or his agent? No questions. Then you can go back to your seats then, and then we'll carry on with Councillor Forrest. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Convener. Policy 15, the agent there touched on it slightly. There are no bus stops. There are bus stops. There is a bus stop certainly within about 800, 900 metres of that. And just for your information, the home to school plan is that children will walk or have the ability to walk or be expected to walk from 1,100 metres to a bus stop. But there are no bus stops. Areas of open space, there are stacks of open space. Play parks, schools, hairdressers, cafes, bars, pubs, restaurants, shops, libraries, banks, doctors, pharmacies and dentists. In a rural location, one of the most urgent things that people will need is actually a vet. That's not in the list there. But this is a thing that would be within the location for a great many people. We move on to the bean geese. Now, we had several conversations about the bean geese. In your report, you state that the bean geese have suddenly, or it's probably thanks to Nature Scott that have said this, that the bean geese are now no longer scared of gunshots. But apparently they're going to be scared of a couple of dogs barking. So they have said that they would not object, or what they would like to see is some form of barrier between where the dogs will be exercised and the bean geese. I asked if that could be likes of Harris fencing with a shield over it, and you agreed. And you said that the Nature Scott would not then push for their objection. So if this could be done as one of the conditions of the planning application, that would be okay as far as Nature Scott's concerned, would it?
Catherine?
They were looking for two conditions, thanks, Convener. So they were looking on one for construction timescales when the work would be carried out to construct the building, and another condition to provide screening. We've discussed with the agent and Nature Scott how that would work, and that could be done by a suitably worded condition. We would be looking for a temporary fence and then a permanent hedge. So the fence would just be there for the period that the hedge is growing to the required height. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jorley. Thank you. Finally, the roads, the condition could also be put in there, I take it, that either the hedging could be cut back, as Councillor Robertson had suggested, which would give better visibility, and a hammerhead or similar entrance put there with, may I suggest, a light to get round the unlit roads. And that could also be part of the conditions, and that would allow the application to proceed on those points.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. I don't know whether Craig might be able to step in on this one as to whether those would overcome their concerns in road safety grounds.
Craig, would you like to come in? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. I can only... It's difficult to comment on this without seeing the proposal, or certainly an amended proposal by the applicant. Now, the agent spoke in his submission and was quite confident that an access arrangement could be provided which met the visibility. At this time, I can't really say if that can or cannot be achieved. I note that the applicant owns hedgerows, and I note that Councillor Forrester suggested an amended entrance. These things may well prove to be acceptable. We would really need to see the detail on it. I can't say at this time whether visibility could be achieved if the access was moved slightly. Certainly, we looked at the access as proposed with the speeds provided, and visibility could not be achieved based on what has been submitted. But you know, the agent spoke at the start and suggested that hedgerows could be moved. So we would certainly be willing to, well, we would look at whatever was provided off the back of this meeting, Convener.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Thank you, Catherine. The other point was at the site visit, Ms. Chorley, was that we actually walked down to the field entrance, which is a good wee bit down the road, but that could also be used as an entrance rather than further up where it is currently proposed. And that would be acceptable, would it?
That wasn't within the application site boundary, Convener, so it doesn't form part of this application assessment. I
think the applicant said that it was part of his boundary. I may be wrong.
I think possibly there's, to get clarity, there's the application site, but the applicant may also have ownership out with the application site, so that's important to clarify. So I think what you're considering today is the application site, notwithstanding the applicant may have other ownership, because that's a material relevant consideration. Therefore, you can't certainly impose conditions on land that's out with the application site. So that's have to be clarified. So one of the thinkings that may evolve today, where things are going, is in light, obviously, the comments you heard from Mr. Russell. There may be something as a committee, if you wish to consider all other things. Clearly, you've got an idea overview of the policy context within which has been portrayed to you. But clearly, the road safety issues is something that would have to potentially be taken away. You heard Mr. Russell today would look at something, so it might be an option that you may wish to consider to continue the application to look into that matter. And that's something that could be reported back if there are other matters you want to consider as well. But certainly, there is certainly the point that there may be land that's actually in the applicant's ownership, but it's not part of the application site.
Thank you for that, Mr. Dryden. I appreciate that. I misunderstood, so thank you for that.
Thank you very, very much, Convener. Like the previous application, it was very advantageous to go and see the site. Having been brought up in Slamanan, born and bred, I know the area very well, like Councillor Robertson, and I understand what people are saying about the hamlet of the Nappy Falls. There were various houses dotted all over the Slamanan Plateau, as at one point there were 17 pits there, and my dad worked in most of them, and that's why Slamanan was a thriving place at one time, as was nearly everywhere in Scotland because of the pits. People moved here, moved there. With regards to the bean geese, and I says it to Miss Chorley when I was there, having been brought up and lived there for many, many years, the place where the bean geese originally went was where the old open cast was, where now the gun club is, and the pond near Snow Hill. This is your turn to go on the Shield Hill Road. There where the bean geese now settle, and I've settled for years. So I was very surprised that this area was mentioned as where the Bingies settled. And over 50 years, I've never seen Bingies there. Anyway, with regards to reading the report, convener, and when you read the report and you look at what it says, at first I thought somebody's trying to build a house here just to get a house in the countryside, because they're talking about putting 2 dogs and 2 cats, and I'm thinking myself, that's not viable. But listening to Mr. Allen and his explanation and his business and what he proposes has completely changed my views. And I would be quite happy to support a unique facility in this area. And whether it's contrary to the plan, if we're getting a facility in that area that will benefit the Fallbraes area, I would be quite happy to support that.
Are you formally moving?
Aye, I'll formally move that then.
Okay, but obviously with you've heard the issues that are there. There'll be a number of conditions attached.
Number of conditions.
And we'd need to, I'll bring Mr. Henderson in on this.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, and where a decision has been taken contrary to officer recommendations, we have to be careful of the reasons that are given for that. I think so far I've noted that you would be wishing to move grant of planning permission on the basis that material considerations would be of such weight as to indicate the plan shouldn't be afforded priority. You mentioned the plan. And at the moment, I've noted that you think the benefits that would be generated by the proposal are of significant weight, and that would include provision of animal welfare facilities. And I know there was discussion earlier about job creation also. So my note is that it would be a combination of the benefits of job creation and provision of animal welfare facilities in the area. I'm conscious there were a couple of other points that were raised earlier, and that was nature, Scott. And I would presume, and I'm in your hands, that you would be wanting to take a view that with suitable conditions and mitigation as recommended by nature, Scott, you would be in agreement with granting the application and that it wouldn't adversely affect the integrity of the protected site. And accordingly, the conditions that the planning officer referred to would be applied to the application. Another matter that came up was road safety. I'm not entirely sure where things would be in terms of your motion on that. Were you satisfied on matters of road safety? I know there was discussion earlier about maybe some additional information from the applicant, or I don't know if that's something, looking at my planning colleagues, that could perhaps be conditioned.
I think I would come in there. Probably it's difficult given the degree of. I think you heard Mr. Russell this morning on the call that I think probably further clarity would have to be required on that, because I think there's some debate or some concern. Maybe the extent of the road safety requirements of the roads officers might not tie in with the application site, although the applicant may own other land. That's the only point I would advise at the moment, that maybe some of the road safety requirements may well actually not be currently within the gift of the application site.
Okay, I understand, and I understand when Councillor Forrest mentioned that Mr. Allen had mentioned that he owned the full, but it wasn't included in the application. I understand that. This is not the M25, and I understand the safety of the road is important. But what I didn't want to happen is that we say right, we agree that, then we ask for more time to go and see about road safety. And it's another 8 months, 10 months down the road before we come back to a decision again. And I know we need to get the right information, understand that, but I'm in your hands regarding the road safety side.
Maybe what I can suggest at the moment, maybe I appreciate Councillor Kerr's comments about timescale, but maybe an action could be that you wish to, unless obviously there's something seconds that, to ask officers between now and bring this back to the next committee based on the application site just now, whether officers would be, the road officer would be happy with the access arrangements as it stands, or what could be achieved within the parameters of the application site. Would there be anything that could be added? That's one option for you. Or alternative, you said, if you feel you're happy as it stands, that you feel the road safety implications are not of a scale that you change your motion to move this. That's entirely yourself. But one option would be to ask officers to bring this back to the next committee in October, where we could then just comment and give a quick update on within the application site. That's another option open to you.
Okay, so you've heard Mr. Dryden. So in terms of your notice of motion, are you happy within yourself in relation to what you've heard in terms of submissions, and obviously conditions that would follow on?
Yes, convener. But can I just ask Mr. Dryden? So, with regards to the bigger area that's not included in the application, would that be considered, or would that need to be another application to include that?
It's possible. It's likely that would be the case.
I'm quite happy for it to come back to October if we get the relevant information what Mr. Dryden's mentioned, but happy to support with the conditions that Mr. Henderson's already mentioned, and come back in October to say, yes, we're happy with the current road safety issues.
Okay, I'll need to speak to Mr. Henderson regarding this.
Thank you.
You've heard what's been said. Obviously, Councillor Kitten, obviously we haven't heard the rest of the members as well. Councillor Kerr was putting a motion forward in relation to the application, obviously to move the application to grant it. Obviously, we then started talking about the conditions and the situation with the road. Other members hadn't come in. We haven't had a seconder yet for the Councillor Provost. Was you?
I'd be happy to second the convener. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Robertson for his excellent submission. I think he's certainly done a lot of homework, and I'd like to thank Mr. Tolman and Mr. Allen for the first-class presentation. I think this would be a great regenerative project up there, and it'll help the economy and develop the area, everything that we've talked about. And I think the areas we've discussed can be addressed. And I'd be perfectly happy to say second the motion subject to the conditions that have been raised.
Fine. Well, before we bring Mr. Henderson back, I'm going to other councillors, both here and in remote. Is there anybody got anything to say at this stage? Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, convener. I was going to come in and second Councillor Kerr. My listening to what has been a good debate so far and good information, and listening to Mr. Russell, and by all my means, he can correct me if I'm wrong in this, but he seems to be relatively positive that a solution could be found for the road. Obviously, that would involve discussions between the applicant and the roads department. I would have been keen to see a condition going on that we approve, but with the condition that an agreed access is agreed with the roads department. Rather that, and I understand, and I see Councillor Kerr quite happy for it bring it back to the October meeting. I just wonder if that could be put as a condition, because I'm only going on, as I say, and if I've misrepresented you, Craig, please tell me. But I just had the feeling from what you were saying that you saw there was a potential, but there might have to be some amendment. The applicants seem to be indicating that they're interested in finding a solution to the access side. I would be quite happy to do that through condition. I get the other conditions and I totally agree with them. I think it's a good idea, it's a good business that fits the locality. And so I don't have any problems with that at all. But rather than, and I get again where Councillor Kerr's coming from with regards to the delaying this going forward. Again, I would like to see something done between the applicant and the Roads Department as a condition, if the committee are happy with that.
Thanks for your input. Councillor Nimmo.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. I'll be quick. I think it's a fantastic application and it would go down really well in the area. But I just think what we've heard regarding the land ownership in respect to the road safety, I really think a continuation would be better to get until we get this sorted out. Hopefully we can get a way around it, but I don't think, and officers will keep me right, I don't think we can include anything to do with this as a condition, because the ownership of this particular piece of land isn't part of the application. I think we need to get that sorted out first. Thanks, Convener.
Aye. Okay, we'll just clarify that position again in terms of land ownership. Mr. Dryden.
Thank you, Convener. What we can do is to say, given the time frame that the committee is looking at, I think we could certainly liaise with our roads officer colleagues to find out exactly what their working thesis would be in respect of acceptable road safety, traffic junction visibility parameters. We could then look at that in the relation of the parameters of the application site as submitted, and then to find out to what degree, if any, if there's any deviation from that, and have a look at that to see what the extent of that deviation is. We would then bring back a short update report to let you see what that is, what that complies. It may still be that there are road safety concerns, and that'll be for you then as committee with regard to that, because there is it still remains the case that the application site really can't be amended. The application site can't be amended as such.
Convener, sorry, Ian. Convener, with that in mind, I'd like to move continuation so that we can look into this and get it sorted out one way or the other.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to Councillor Flynn now, and we'll come back in relation to your amendment.
Yep.
Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Convener. There was just a couple of things related to the road safety. Of course, it's extremely important. There's no doubt whatsoever. But the applicant has already mentioned that this isn't going to be a regular vet's practice with, dozens of clients coming every day with their animals to and fro. It's merely their vehicles coming from the Cumbernauld practice with animals that have been treated, and they're coming back for whatever you want to call it, recuperation, rest, or whatever. So I don't envisage, like any vet. In fact, most vets don't have that much of a big traffic anyway, because it's an appointment system. So I think the actual traffic into the practice is going to be relatively small. So I would actually say we should approve it, and subject to any discussion with obviously a roads department for work. The other thing is, someone mentioned that if we lowered the level of the hedge, that would improve visibility considerably on the current site. So I don't see a major issue myself, and I personally would just say we should approve it, subject to the fine details being discussed and any alterations being agreed with the applicant. But it's not a regular vets where there's dozens of dogs, cats, animals coming every day. It's just animals being transported probably a couple of times or so from the Cumbernauld practice. Thank you, Convener.
Thanks for your input. I think I'm going to go across to two councillors. Have you any input at this time? Councillor Sinclair.
Thanks, Convener.
Hi, Derek, can you phone me back in 10 minutes? I'm on a planning committee.
I think the thanks, Councillor Robertson. No, you're all right.
We've all heard it.
I think the points I was going to raise about road safety, I think, have been pretty well covered by most other members. One of the other things that I was going to bring up, I think the the point, I think we can see where this is going. I think, and like most others who have put their case forward, I think that this is a positive development. What and the points about Nature Scott's objections have been covered as well. What I'd like to see a bit more of, and I wonder if there is the compromise position, Councillor Kerr, about moving it perhaps to October for more information. The point that was alluded to by, I think, both the agent and the applicant about the enhancement of biodiversity on the site, and that there could be a loss by any building that gets done, but there's the possibility of a naturalised woodland area. I didn't know if that would be considered as a condition, or could be considered as a condition if it's within the application site, has been covered already. But I think I'd like to see that didn't come forward as part of the application. And I wondered if there was more information we could get on that, or if it can be included as a condition that work has to be completed.
Mr. Dryden, you want to come in on that?
Again, convener, particularly if there's the likely outcome maybe to continue, that's something I think we could take away offline. We could liaise with obviously the applicant and agent, because clearly if it's within the application site, in theory a condition can be applied, but clearly we'd have to discuss that with the applicant and the agent to see what their views are on that matter. And as long as it ties into the application site, then that's something that can be looked at.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I think that's me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, we don't want to get confused here, because there's been, first of all, we're going back to Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Nimmo put an amendment up for a continuation. Is there a seconder for Councillor Nimmo's continuation? Councillor Nimmo, for the next committee, the continuation for this to come back, is that what you're saying?
I think it's really important that we need to clarify the land ownership as far as the roads safety side of things is concerned. I'm conscious that it's slowing the process down, and I really do think it's a viable proposition, and I'd be very keen to see it going forward. But I really think we need to get that clarified first.
Okay, you've heard Councillor Nimmo's interpretation of his amendment. Have we got a seconder for that amendment as it stands? No.
Can I just ask?
Yeah.
Is Councillor Kerr not moved a continuation?
No, we're going back to Councillor Kerr. We're going round the room at the moment.
It's just because the motion moved and seconded. I thought it was to come back to
Yeah,
October.
we're going to get that clarified.
Is it not the same?
That's how we said it was at the beginning, that it was getting confusing.
Yeah.
But we're going to go back now. Mr. Henderson has heard everybody speaking. We opened up with a motion by Councillor Kerr, seconded by the Provost, and now we're going back just to clarify exactly where we are. We had amendment come in for Councillor Nimmo, which wasn't supported, so it falls. So all we have now is the motion, and what we're going back now is to get the nuts and bolts of the motion to make sure that everybody's happy. Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, convener. Thank you, Councillor Kerr. We did have a motion that was by you, Councillor Kerr, seconded by Councillor Bissett, but I think it was incomplete in the sense that we then discussed road safety matters. So I think what was left in both of your hands was whether or not you would wish to, as an alternative, seek a continuation to the next meeting for further information on road safety, or whether you considered that you were satisfied on matters of road safety in terms of the application that had been submitted. So unfortunately, we're in your hands as mover and seconder to agree the position that you would like to take. One thing I would say is I don't think we would conflate we would like to grant this, but we want to continue. I think you would simply have a motion for a continuation for further information on road safety, or you have the motion to grant the application, noting that you're satisfied on road safety matters. and the other conditions that I narrated earlier, which just touching on one aspect that you've probably heard me raise before, but obviously appearance, visual amenity, etc. of an application is important. It's a full application, and I would be assuming that you were both satisfied as to visual amenity of the application, its impact in the surrounding area, etc. So sorry to put it back into your hands. And convener, any amendment to a motion would require your agreement.
Yep.
And indeed, if it was to be withdrawn, it needs the unanimous agreement of the meeting.
I'm quite happy to keep the motion in. I'm quite happy with the safety aspect as well.
Provost, as the secondary,
I think the Rhodes mentioned that we could was talked about removal of that hedge, and I think overall the amount of traffic in that area will only be significant. So I'm quite happy to continue my second the motion.
Okay. Will I clarify where I think we are at the moment? So we have a motion by Councillor Kerr, seconded by Provost Bissett, which is an agreement of the committee to grant planning permission as it's considered that the following material considerations are of such weight as to indicate that the development plan should not be accorded priority. And the basis would be that the committee is satisfied in matters of road safety, with suitable conditions applied and mitigation as recommended by Nature Scott. The application won't adversely affect the integrity of the protected site. The committee is satisfied as to the appearance, visual amenity and impact of the development and its relationship to its surroundings. And the committee welcomes the benefits that would be generated by the proposal, including job creation and provision of animal welfare facilities. And presumably you would be in agreement that that would be granted subject to conditions as determined by the Director of Police Services, which would include the conditions recommended by Nature Scott.
Yeah.
Okay. And as matters sit, we don't have an amendment. We have an amendment that Councillor Nimmo has mentioned, but that's not been seconded as matters sit.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we've had clarity. It's been a very good debate, obviously. We've heard clarity from Mr. Henderson in relation to the motion that's been submitted and seconded. Is there anybody otherwise minded? I'm looking at remote. Is there anybody otherwise minded? Agreed. Okay, thank you very much. That's agreed. Now, what we're going to do now is we're going to have a comfort break, maybe a bit between 5 and 10 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry? Yeah. I think we'll be finished. Right, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Everybody was singing the same hymn sheet there. It was only the confused. See, that's how you see, if you're sitting here, you go to that man. I think that's us.
So.
Then. Okay, thank you. We'll now reconvene. We now, obviously, item 6 has already been dealt with. We took a decision to go back to sites with this one. So that takes us on to item 7, which is extension to dwelling house front dormer at 14 Antonine Gate, Allendale, Bonnybridge, Falkirk for Mr. William Smithyman. It's a continuation as we went out in site to look at this situation. Pages 65 to 77 on your agenda papers, and the report is by Ryan McDonough. Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks, Convener. So I don't know if Jack is able to share the relevant photos for this application to start with. So as members will recall, the application was continued at the last meeting of committee in order that members could undertake a site visit to view the physical characteristics of the application site. The site visit took place on the 23rd of August 2023, and the photograph shown on the screen should hopefully highlight what members viewed. Yeah, there we go. So as highlighted within section 3 of the update report, there's not considered to be any matters arising from this visit which would alter the recommendation of officers. So in terms of the application site itself, so the application site is located on Antonine Gate within Allendale and Bonnybridge. The donor property consists of a 1.5-storey dwelling house with its principal elevation facing out onto the main road through the settlement, which is in this instance the B816. The application site is located as part of a wider row of properties which portray general symmetry when viewed from the street. This detailed application seeks planning permission for the construction of a box dormer extension on the principal or front elevation of the dwelling house, and the dormer would be finished with a brown cement board cladding. In terms of consultations, so due to the scale of development proposed, it was not considered appropriate to formally consult any internal or external bodies in respect to this application. So in terms of representation, so statutory neighbour notification was carried out for this application, as a result of which 3 comments of objection was received. The points raised within the objections are detailed within section 6.1 of the report. The matters where material have been responded to within section 7b.5 to section 7b.13. So in terms of a planning assessment, so planning applications are required to be assessed against the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So in this instance, we've got National Planning Framework 4 and the Local Development Plan 2. So Policy 16 of NPF 4 and Policy HC08 residential extensions are of relevance in this instance. The policy assessment for this application can be detailed in section 7A of the committee report. If Jack's now able to share the proposed composite plan for the application, that would be great. So in summary, Policy 16 of National Planning Framework 4 states that development proposals will be supported where they do not have a detrimental impact on the character or environmental quality of the home and surrounding area in terms of size, design and materials. In this instance, it is not considered that the scale and design of the proposed box dormer would be in keeping with the donor property or wider residential area. It is considered that a dormer extension on this principal elevation fronting the street would appear out of character with the surrounding property styles which display a general uniform design. This stance is supported by supplementary guidance law SGO3, which sits alongside our local development plan. SGO3 states that box dormers will only be permitted where the street is characterised by a number of existing examples. So as you've seen in the photographs, we acknowledge that there are existing examples on semi-detached properties to the northeast of the application site. However, it is considered that these properties have an existing character which is significantly different from the row of properties which are concerned with this application. In terms of site history, it is noted that a previous application, reference number P220453 FUL, was granted under delegated powers in late 2022. This application concerned the construction of a box dormer extension to the rear of this property, and this application has now been implemented. It is considered, however, that there are significantly different policy considerations for the construction of a dormer to the rear of a property compared with a principal elevation which runs through a settlement. As stated within SGO3 residential extensions and alterations, the front elevation of the property should be considered with a greater degree of protection, especially where there is an established uniform style. In conclusion, Convener, the proposal is considered an unacceptable form of development as it fails to accord with Policy 16 of National Planning Framework 4 and Local Plan Policy HC08. There are no material considerations which would warrant the granting of planning permission. It is thus recommended that Planning Committee refuse permission for the reasons as outlined in section 9.1 of the report. Thanks, convener. I'm happy to take any questions the committee might have.
Thank you very much for the report, Ryan. Now, there's an application has been made by Councillor McCabe, the local member, to be received as a deputation. There's also been an application received by the applicant, William Smithyman. Is members quite happy to hear both representations? Great. Okay, then that's an opportunity now for Councillor McCabe to step forward, take a seat, and you'll have 10 minutes, Councillor. Thank you, sir.
Just before I start my deputation presentation, convener, I've already submitted to Mr. Frawley paper documentation. If I could pass it around, it's basically just my comments, just so that the members can see what I'm talking about. And
just hold on, I'll just clarify with Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, convener. I believe that the documents are also proposed to be screen shared.
Yes,
by Mr. Frawley as well, which I think it's important as a member of the public, perhaps watching this meeting, to have transparency on what members are receiving and having sight of. Thank you, convener.
So we've agreed to hand your submissions out. Okay, so you give us a few minutes to peruse them.
Absolutely, convener. That's all it was, and I'd given it to Mr. Frawley so as he could remotely, so everyone's members of the public can actually see it too. Thank you.
You have a few minutes to have a look at Councillor McCabe's submission here.
And just to clarify, convener, I won't speak to Mr. Smithyman's comments there. You know, I'll only speak to my own here.
Are members satisfied they've had an opportunity to look at the comments? And obviously the members that are on remote, you've had an opportunity to look on screen. Councillor Flynn, Councillor Nimmo, you, Councillor Bowes, you had an opportunity to look at the comments on the screen.
I know. Convener, it's all very well putting it up on the screen, but I would have appreciated a lot longer to actually read it and digest the content.
Okay, we'll give you another few minutes, sir.
That's not what I was meaning. We could have had that in advance.
Well, we are where we are. Thank you. Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, and it's a good question, Councillor Nimmo. It's not unusual that people that may wish to make a deputation request seek to provide information through officers to members in advance of a meeting. Now, the information will be spoken to at the deputation, and the committee needs to agree the deputation at the meeting. So I would hope that what you'll hear is an amplification of the information that's been presented. But yes, we wouldn't normally, as officers, circulate information received very shortly before the meeting to members, which is then going to be the subject of a deputation. Thank you.
A good point, Councillor Nimmo. We'll now go back now to Councillor McCabe. You have 10 minutes from now, sir.
Thank you very much, Convener. Just picking up on, I do apologise to Councillor Nimmo, but unfortunately it's the process, Councillor Nimmo. As Mr Henderson alluded to, it's got to come in front of the committee to allow the deputation to be heard, and therefore any paperwork to be presented. I'd already given copies earlier on to Mr Frawley to perhaps email them out to the remote members so that they would have a copy that they could actually view on their own screen, just to clarify that. So again, just because Councillor Nimmo has alluded, didn't get a lot of time, I wasn't going to just repeat it, but I will do now. Mr Smithyman, the applicant, wishes to alter his property to accommodate the needs of his family, namely his son and daughter-in-law. They currently stay with the applicant and his wife. Given the cost of living crisis we are currently facing, entry into the property market for younger couples is proving difficult, to say the least. And with that in mind, Mr Smithyman is looking to maximise the usable square footage of his property with the creation of a dormer to an existing upstairs bedroom. This is entirely to overcome the limited accessibility within that bedroom caused by the sloping combed ceiling. There are 8 constraints attached to the property, none of which impact the application. They include constraints such as buffer to the Antonine Wall, the Glasgow Airport Wind Farm consultation, coal mining concerns. These are not affected by the application. In context, Mr Smithyman's solution to create a dormer to the front elevation should be viewed in the context of already being dormers in the streetscape of Allendale. Less than 50 metres along the street on the opposite side of the road, there are dormers visible to the upper floor of traditional cottages with an 80 to 90 year vintage. Antonine Gate cottages are less than 25-year-old. They do not sit within the historical Miners Row properties some 300 or 400 metres distant. Indeed, there are 2-storey properties built during the 1960s between the Antonine Gate and the Miners' cottages. The question as to the acceptability of a dormer to the front elevation of the property now falls to a subjective opinion rather than an objective planning opinion. This comes down to a personal view on the design of the dormer. Dormers exist along the road. It would be perverse to hold that dormers should not now be accepted 50 metres further along the road. The acceptance of the dormer as a lawful alteration has already been established. It therefore only falls to agree on the design of the proposal. I am sure that an acceptable design could be worked out and agreed between the applicant and the planners. Given the difficult circumstances being faced by the electorate, I believe it should be the council's main aim to assist our residents in whichever way we can. With the recent rise in interest rates to 5.25% and the news that there are now more homeowners defaulting on their mortgages, pressure on families out there in the property market clearly illustrate the council has to be agile in helping those in need. Mr. Smithyman and his family are a prime example of the current housing market. I would ask that the committee consider and agree to approve the application. This would give peace of mind to the family and prevent further pressures perhaps being imposed on the council's own housing stock. At a recent executive committee meeting, discussions took place to look at potential council tax increases of between 25 and 35% in some house bandings. The pressures on our residents are relentless. I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank Councillor Bowes for seeking a site visit at the previous Planning Committee meeting. At that meeting, I noticed that Councillor Bowes spoke in support of another application for a 4-bedroom house in the countryside, which contravened the local development plan and other council guidelines. Quite appropriately, the committee agreed to approve the application due to the mitigating circumstances presented. All I am asking this morning is that similar consideration be given to Mr. Smithyman's application. I'm quite sure it was never the aim of the local development plan to prevent a minor alteration such as a dormer to an existing bedroom from going ahead. And if I could try and allay the fears of members who perhaps view this dormer proposal as being the thin end of the wedge, when we were first asked to look at the massive wind turbines, which had to go through the same planning process as this dormer, I'm sure we were all horrified at the visual impact they would have on the countryside. They'd be horrific. You'd see them for miles. They're so out of place. And where are we now? We have hundreds of them dotted throughout the area. We don't notice them. They're second nature. I would ask members to consider the small dormer alteration in exactly the same light. We're aware of it today. By next week, it'll be the chip paper, metaphorically speaking. And just before I finish, this was a similar application. It was actually for a property in Griffith Street in Falkirk. And it's basically the same application that you see in front of yourself for a dormer to the front and a dormer to the rear. Dormers are, they are an architect or a designer's solution to problems such as coombe ceilings, where you can't get underneath, when you're losing half of the floor space. So a dormer is a reasonable solution in this situation. All I would ask is that the committee consider approving this, and if perhaps it was needed, some discussion could take place between the applicant, Mr. Smithyman, and the planners as to agreeing on a final design, the treatment, things like that, just to mitigate the perceived impact. Thank you very much for the time, convener.
Thank you, Councillor. That will open it up now to members. But first of all, could I say that you showed us another application that came before the council, and that's no relevant, as you'll realise. Every application that comes here is judged on its own merits. Okay, then you've heard Councillor McCabe's submission. Have we got any questions to Councillor McCabe at this stage? None in here. I'm looking remote. Councillor Bowes, Councillor Flynn, Councillor Nimmo. No questions to Councillor McCabe? None? Okay then, thank you, sir. An opportunity to step down. Thank you. It's now an opportunity for Mr. William Smithyman to come forward, take a seat, and you'll have 10 minutes, sir, followed by any questions from members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener.
Microphone's really close to you because there's people further afield than us hearing you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to read from a written statement, otherwise I have a tendency to ramble on. So I'll just read from what I have here. First of all, I should point out that my daughter-in-law, Louise, who I talk about in here, has given me permission and actually wrote some of these words to discuss her mental health issues and her health in general. So my son, David, and my daughter-in-law, Louise, they both live with us, having been married for just a few years. I think we both families thought they were going to be on their own for life, you know. They met later on in life, they're now between 40 and 48 years of age, and prior to that, Louise lived at home with her parents and brother. And David has always stayed with us. The financial constraints made worse by the cost of living crisis has made it impossible for them to afford a home of their own. Louise is unable to work due to ongoing poor mental health, including mental health issues, for which she is under the care of her GP. This has been recently exasperated by traumatic events, namely the recent passing of her mother and her brother having a seizure and being left with a crippling injury. So he is actually spinal cord injury and now needs looked after. Louise helps care for her brother every single day, as the stress in the NHS care system means that time is between the nurse and the carers is very often out of sync. So family support is very much required, as I'm sure it is in many households these days. David works full-time as a bus driver, but his wages are not sufficient enough for him to afford a mortgage and all the utility bills that come with it, without getting into some sort of financial difficulty. Many people here who have been in a relationship for a long time realise that it can take 20, 25 years to get your bills in order, maybe pay your mortgage off, hopefully see your kids away. And that's if you've got a well-paid job. So they're starting on really quite later on in life. My wife and I want David and Louise to have the chance of a less stressful life. We get on exceptionally well, living together for 5 years now. We always discuss any kind of grumbling issues, but it'll always be my house and my wife's house. They'll never have their house, if you know what I mean. The lack of space and square footage in their bedroom means they're unable to even have a chair or a sitting area, so that they give some privacy to themselves. And as Councillor mentioned, the roof starts a couple of feet in, so it's very kind of oppressive. We therefore want to remove the slope, but most importantly is the extra footage space this would bring. I already have my agent architect draw up a hip roof option, if that would be more aesthetically pleasing. He already tried to make the 3 windows in the dormer mirror the 3 windows of the bay window down below to try and make it fit in with the building. But a sloped roof at the top may help, I don't know. Lack of privacy is a real issue, though, you know, who wants their parents to walk in a conversation? When I tried to extend a few years ago, it was a conversation with my agent and somebody from the planning department. I've tried to extend out the back, but it was a 2-storey extension. And I get the idea that the houses look like bungalow types. I think it's a 2-storey house. I think you clarified it's a 1.5-storey it's considered to be. So the suggestion then at that time was to build flat roof dormers front and back, which surprised me. But the idea was they already had flat roof dormers at the front of the house anyway. So I really put it aside at that time because it wasn't what we were looking for and it wasn't what we'd paid the architect to design. But a couple of years in, we really are struggling for space. We've removed cupboards in the kitchen, built full-length cupboards. We did everything to try and accommodate extra space in the house, but nothing for the kind of that really addresses the privacy issue. My house is not like the houses in Allendale, along with used to be the brickwork houses. It has some sort of history. It's a modern semi-detached house. So, excuse me. When I undertook the back dormer this year, I built it myself to keep the cost down. And that was because I wanted to get the practice of materials, logistics, handling before I actually tackled the one that was on the roadside. Silly for me, but I thought this would be a mere formality to build the back one and now to build the front one. So I was really surprised when this
rejected or proposed rejected. So finally, I look at the flat roof dormer every morning out my window. The photographs that were shown there of the street, obviously they're a bit elongated. I don't think you'd even see the flat roof dormer in that photograph. So unless you were actually at the visit that day, you wouldn't even have seen it in those photographs. I can assure you it's not that far away. When I drive the circle from my house to Bonnybridge to Hags and back, there's such a variety of dormers, and all over Falkirk actually, that I'm really shocked that mine's has been rejected or proposed to be rejected. I think one of the statements the gentleman said was, as long as there was, other ones like that, but somebody has to go first. There's something about the rules that says if it's in keeping with the existing, houses with dormers, but surely somebody has to be the first one. So anyway, finally, I hope you'll take everything I've said into consideration. And please remember, I'm not trying to increase the value of my property. The value is actually in 2 generations being able to spend time in their own house, and really to remove the stress from my daughter-in-law's life, who deals with more stress than I have to deal with on a daily basis. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you very much for your submission, Sarah. We just sit there, and I'm quite sure that some members will have questions for you. Okay, members, remote and in here, with any questions for Mr. Smithyman at this stage? Maybe I could pose a question. You want to put your mic off, sir? Thank you. You can put it on. We were out in sight. I think it was very beneficial. The issue is that we went round the back as well just to see what you'd already built there. That's quite big. So what is that utilised for in the back? For your wife and you, right? Right.
So, yes, it's my wife and I. Although the 2 bedrooms were of similar area, the location of the beds and the 2 bedrooms is quite different. And my wife is very small, but even she was hitting her head against the slope, getting out the bed to come round. Not every day, but she would hit her head quite often. It was so obtrusive.
Okay, thank you. Any other member, any questions at this stage to Mr. Smithyman? Looking on remote? No, okay, sir, you can have an opportunity then to go back to your seat. Thank you. Okay, members, you've heard the one of the local councillors. You've also heard the applicant. I'll open up for a debate here. Anybody like to come in at this stage? Councillor Kelly.
Can I ask the officer, I don't understand what roof lights are. Can you explain what that would be? It says in 7B9, the use of roof lights.
Yeah, I don't know if Jack's able to just share the photographs just now and that'll give us an idea, but we're talking about things like Velux windows. So any sort of like design on the property themselves just now, there's numerous sort of roof lights on it, but it's just almost like Velux windows. They're not anything that's would protrude significantly from the roof plane of their house, but as you can see there, that's what roof lights we're talking about. So yeah. No, they might protrude out slightly from the roof themselves, but roof lights like that would get done under permitted development, so that wouldn't require an application.
I was really thinking about the inside, but it's not going to change.
Sometimes they no. Sometimes they have to get opened inwardly, depending on the nature of the roof itself. But no, it's not necessarily any protrusion.
Any other questions? Mr. Frawley, do you think you could put one of the other photographs? I think it was one of the first ones up, because what we're looking at is a situation here where we're determined, right, what we want to do is we want to go east. So that, right, if you go east, if you look at the far end there, this is one of the questions I have posed to our officer. If you look at the far end, yes, just there. There's I'd asked a question to Ryan when we're out in sight in relation to they're no dormers, but what would you classify these that really step out to the pavement?
So they're porches on the property. So some looking at the original history of the application dating back, some of them were actually built with porches, but it tended to be the ones on the end, presumably in order to try and make them less visually obtrusive. But as well, what we mentioned when we're out on site, I wouldn't be able to comment on necessarily those porches themselves, but a level of porch extension to the front could get conducted under permitted development as well. But as I said, as part of the original development from the property, from the row of houses originally, I believe that there was a number of them built with porches, but it tended to be the ones on the far end of the row.
Yeah, but here's the question then. If an application came in to build one of those porches now that extend right out to nearly to the pavement, would they be permitted development?
No, it would depend on the size of it. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but it's all to do with square footage. So it is, to be honest with you, quite a small square footage of porch they're allowed, as well as in relation to the height. But a level of front porch extension would be allowed, but not something that would enable any increase in bedroom space or even a toilet. They tend to get more used for storage of anything else.
Yeah. The reason the question is that when we talk about something that might have an adverse impact on the visual impact, when you come in, because I travel that road all the time, when you come in, if you look there, you see these porches extending out to the road, and therefore an application that's come in now for although it's different entirely, it's still going to extend out to the pavement. Have you followed my meaning? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, convener. I'd just like to thank Councillor McCabe for his thorough, as usual, statement, and the applicant. And as you have already stated, convener, getting to the site and understanding the complete layout of the area. I actually thought it was the far end, Allendale, but when we came and you asked, was this part of the conservation area, and it's not. And gone round the back and seen applicants' work that is done in the back, it must be commended on the neatness of the work that is already carried out. And I take on board the officer's comments regarding there are none dormers at the front of that side of the road. But the Prof has got his Google Maps up, and across the road, as we've seen when we're out, there is dormers on that road. Mm-hmm. So a precedent has been set for the road, obviously not that side of the road, but a precedent has been set regarding dormers. So I'll wait to see what everybody else has got to say, the convener, and I take on board local member, Councillor Kelly's views.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay then, I'm looking for more input coming from members. Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. Just sort of looking at it, and I heard a lot of the applicant circumstances, and it is, I don't know, it is really, and you do want to help applicants, but looking at the sort of development as well, and one of the things he says was somebody has to go first, and I'm just sort of wondering if, looking at Allendale, you drive through it, all the houses to the south, you don't have dormers. The houses to the north, in the first bit, 4 of them have dormers, and then as you go round further down to the next section of Allendale, the ones to the north all have dormers. But would this set a sort of precedent if we give permission for 1 dormer in the south row, then that's the precedent set. Someone's went first, and then there's nothing to say that all the other houses couldn't have it, and then we could maybe sort of set off a chain reaction. But I suppose it sort of is, and then over time we would see more and more dormers. The application site as well, it's already had an extension and a dormer at the back, which the other properties don't have. So it's a lot of work and it's a lot bigger than the other houses that are there. I kind of, would really like to, and people have got circumstances and we would really like to help them, but I think we need to think about the wider area as well. So I'm not really sure where to go now, but I was just wondering, would Ryan agree with me that would that be the case if we granted one, we would then see more?
Yeah, it would definitely set a precedent, and as the convener said before, every application has to consider on its own rights. But the presence of existing dormers in that area would yes, that is something that would be classed as material consideration. I'm unsure whether or not the site photographs do show. I don't know if Jack can just stick them back up again. It's just trying to describe. So in this instance here, is the properties aren't terraced properties. That's agreeable. They're a row of semi-detached properties, but by their nature, they appear to look terraced. However, the row on the other side are single-storey semi-detached properties of a different age and different character themselves. I'm just trying to think if there is any photographs there that show it. There should definitely be one or two. Yeah, so like that situation there, like that's an example of the property. Another end of the row there of a different character, a larger build. So yes, I understand what you're saying, and a dormer extension on the other side of the property would definitely it could set a precedent, and that could be classed as material consideration. But as we do know, every application has to consider on its own rights. But yeah,
I think it's just kind of weighing everything up now, and I think another factor is it's just making the living accommodation that's here, better for the applicants. We're not increasing any bedrooms or anything, so it is. But I'd really like to help the applicant, but I'm not sure if it's the best thing for the area. So that's just my kind of thoughts on it just now. So.
No, thank you very much for your input there, Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with what Councillor Redmond's saying. A lot of the things on here that you feel for people, but they're not really material to the planning, and I don't think we should take any consideration. When you read about people's problems and that, it does affect you no matter what. But again, that particular row has got its own its own look, and would a dormer upset that, or another 6 dormers, doesn't really matter. We're only looking at this one, what it's going to do. But I remain to be convinced either way.
Thank you for your contribution. Anybody else like to step in at this stage? Councillor Flynn and then Councillor Bowes. Thank you. Then Councillor Nimmo.
Okay, thank you, convener. There's just a couple. I'm not sure who would answer this question. Perhaps Ryan. Is that my first question? Is the applicant mentioned that he may be interested in putting a hip roof? Now, if he puts a dormer, quite clearly, there's no increase in floor space because the floor space is fixed. But what it does give quite clearly is headroom. I just wonder if a hip roof was put in, which might be aesthetically more pleasing, would that give similar headroom or not? And I'll just pose my second question, which I think Ryan will be able to. The adjacent properties, they've got Velux windows, but do they use these? Is it just light into the attic, or are these bedrooms? Because there's a worry about impacting on neighbours. Hope that.
Yeah, in relation to the second point that you've raised, so we're not aware of exactly what the properties across the road are used for. It would be hard to make a comment on that. In relation to the privacy aspects of it, so that was a point that was raised through objections, and it's also a point that we would consider as part of an application's assessment. So in terms of privacy distances, it does comply. So any dormer extension on that does comply from privacy standards. However, in this instance, it's the principle of a dormer extension on that elevation, which would also quite tie into the first point you made about the hipped roof. We'd have to see detailed drawings about that, and if that was something that had to get proposed, and I don't imagine that I'd be able to consider through this application, because we'd have to consider whether or not that's material or not. And if it is classed as material, the chances are it it would require the application to get withdrawn and then resubmitted. However,
right,
I would possibly have concerns of whether or not a hip roof dormer on that extent and that elevation as well would be impacting. So
Okay.
yeah, you'd have to see drawings about it, but I would have
Okay.
concerns.
And I think one of the other councillors, convener, just mentioned a point is that if there'd been other dormers on the roadside, we wouldn't be having this long debate, you know. And that other councillor did mention somebody's got to be first in any application, you know, and we do consider each application individually. I understand that. So I think that's worth bearing in mind considerably, because what happens if 6 months' time there's 3 more applications, you know? But you know, thanks for giving me the time to get these questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn, for your input. Councillor Bowes, then Councillor Nimmo.
Thank you, convener. I wasn't going to speak up on this because basically I've been mentioned earlier on, but I will. Looking at particularly in the photographs that's shown along the street with all the windows, the Velux type windows that are in, there seem to be a bit of a scattergun approach to them, but I understand they come under permitted development and understand that. It's the concern with this would always be if that entire street had just been slate all the way along, then I think it would have more of an effect in changing the look of the street. I think when you've got so many Velux windows actually in the roofs already, I think there's probably a lesser impact of a dormer going in. When you look across the road, the photograph shows you when it's stone-built houses, bay windows, then you will tend to have that gable end effect extension on there. It's quite natural in that style of building at that age of it. Significantly though, there's one picture which shows houses of a similar age and they've got 2 dormers to the front of it. I appreciate they're on the north side of the road, but I think also with the work that's been done, putting in a number of Veluxes right along the street, it sort of makes me feel a wee bit more amenable. Let's say, I think it's probably the right word to granting this, because I think there's been so many changes. I think there's been quite extensive changes in it. I appreciate the applicant and what the applicant has said and the reasons for doing it. Don't know how much they actually carry, and I do apologise for this, but I don't know how much they actually carry planning strength. But I am at the moment, and I'm not proposing it because obviously other people have got to speak, but I'm a lot more minded to grant this than what I was before I've seen the photographs. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Bowes. Now go to Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, convener. Obviously, I wasn't at the recent site visit, and I tend to agree with Councillor McCabe in his presentation and what he was saying. I'm disappointed to learn that there's dormers already on the other side of the road. Okay, the properties might be slightly different, but I think that really does set a precedent. The road that we're talking about, I'm just wondering, what is the actual history with this street? Has there been applications for dormers or extensions to the front from other properties in the past? I'm just not sure what the history is in that respect.
Well, that's Ryan.
Yes, in terms of site history, so having a look through our records, there's been no applications for a front dormer extension on any of those properties before in the past.
Okay.
Whether or not that predates our records or not, I'm unsure, but as it was alluded to before, the properties aren't of a historic age. I managed to, I think it was late 2000s, late 1990 that the original development was built, so I would imagine that any application would show in our system, but as I say, there's been nothing that's recorded.
Okay, thanks for that, Ryan. Convener, I think there really needs to be a common sense approach taken when we're dealing with things like that, and I fully appreciate there's planning legislation and the likes as well. I don't think what the applicant's asking for is unreasonable, but I'll leave it at that in the meantime.
Okay, thanks for that. Any other Councillor Sinclair? Thank you, sir.
Thanks, convener. I think I don't know what photographs have been shown previously. My take on this is that there's a significant proportion of the street that is built consistently with these Velux roof lights or skylights or whatever you want to call them, windows in the roofs, given that they are 1.5 stories and the half story is utilised as presumably bedrooms, bathrooms and so on and so forth. I just wanted to kind of clarify that there is already a box dormer extension to the rear of the property, and there's a lower extension to the rear of the property too. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So both applications were decided on the delegated powers. As was said before, there is opportunity for any development to take place at a rear of a property. However, in this instance, we would consider that there's not much else that the applicant could do to the rear. They've already done a rear extension of a single story and put a dormer on. So yes, there has been development undertaken, and it did require an application.
Okay, so the development to the rear of the property and on the half story above, that couldn't be extended somewhat, for example, to have the same effect as putting a box dormer on the front, but to the rear of the property, extending that dormer at the top, if you see what I mean.
I'm unsure about how capable that would be from a building standards stability point of view. I wouldn't really be aware of, but that is a level of development on a roof from a structural engineering point of view as well, how much you could actually put on that due to the strength of the roof. I'm not aware of that myself, but in our opinion, there's already been a significant degree of development done to the rear, and possibly that's went beyond the realms of what's possible. Therefore, the option for the applicant in this instance is to construct a dormer in the front elevation.
Okay, thank you. Convener, I find myself conflicted with this one. I heard the deputations and the quite rightly the points that were put forward there, and the specific circumstances that are in place there, and I have a significant degree of empathy with the applicant. I, much like Councillor Redmond and Councillor Kelly here, have a conflict in that is a very touching point to make, but it's not really a material consideration. I think I'm content within my own mind that the houses on the other side of the road to what I presume is the east of the property are sufficiently different enough to suggest that it's a different situation entirely, that there are box dormers on those properties themselves. These properties on the other side of the road are sufficiently different enough for me to think that I would be more content at this point with the officer's recommendations to refuse that permission. Although I have to stress that it does put an incredible amount of conflict within me to say that, given the circumstances of the applicant and their family. So, yeah, that's where I am at the moment. So I'm not sure if anybody else is coming in, but that's my.
I'm asking you formally moving refusal of the application and going with the officer's recommendation at this time?
Under a certain degree of stress within my own self, yes, I would formally move the officer's recommendations.
Okay, we're looking for a seconder for Councillor Sinclair's.
I'd like to formally second Councillor Sinclair's reluctantly.
Reluctantly?
Because of the personal nature.
Thank you. Just to clarify, we have a motion moved and seconded to agree the council's recommendation to refuse this application. I'm looking at Councillor Bissett. Provost Bissett. So.
Thanks very much, Convener. I've listened very carefully what's been said, and I'd like to thank Councillor McCabe for his excellent submission. And I think when buildings go up, there's a kind of natural evolution, if you like, over the years that take place, and families expand and all the rest of it. Cost of living crisis would deter you from moving. So I think you need the opportunity to be able to expand your property without having to be forced to move. I think a dormer could be fitted in that area that's in keeping with the buildings. The materials you get these days would make it blend in, and I don't think it would be out of sight. It would be unsightly at all. You drive along there, you after a while you wouldn't notice it really. So and even I think over time you maybe find other people coming forward, and I don't have a problem with that if circumstances dictate that. And I'm sure I've seen many properties over the years that have developed and had dormers fitted as well due to and people have came forward and played their case. I think in this case, it wouldn't affect the streetscape of the area and a great deal. So I would formally move to grant convener.
Okay, thank you. So that's an amendment coming forward from the Provost to grant the application. Councillor Kerr.
I'm quite happy to second the Provost's motion.
Amendment.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Bringing anybody else in this stage, we have a motion moved and seconded to go with the officer's recommendation to refuse. We have an amendment moved by the Provost, seconded by Councillor Kerr to grant the application. Anybody else like to come in before we go to the vote? Okay. Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Convener, and as you would expect, we'll just clarify a few points.
Yes, indeed.
We have a motion by Councillor Sinclair, seconded by Councillor Forrest, to refuse in accordance with officer recommendations, and we have an amendment by Provost Bissett, if I can speak properly, seconded by Councillor Kerr, and that is to grant permission. Can I just check on a couple of points around that, and that's the reasons, and also that you would be happy that it would be subject to conditions as determined by the Director of Police Services. So in scribbling notes through this, but I'm not entirely sure if it was explicitly picked up in what you said. I think you commented that the committee was satisfied with the design scale visual amenity materials proposed and the relationship with its surroundings. I know there was also mention of that the extension is supported by box stormers in the vicinity. Is that something that was intended to form part of the amendment? Thank you. So maybe just read out the amendment as I've noted it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. The committee, in exercising its planning judgment, agrees to grant planning permission as it considers that the following material considerations are of significant weight, and the committee considers that the extension is in keeping with the character of the area, and there are examples of box dormers in the surrounding area that would support it. And the committee is satisfied with the design scale, visual amenity and relationship of the proposal with its surroundings, something along these lines, and any grant would be subject to conditions so determined by the Director of Police Services. So I will take the vote by way of roll call, and as a reminder, the motion is refusal per recommendations and the amendment is grant with conditions for the reasons noted. So Provost Bissett. Councillor Bowes.
Amendment.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley's absent. Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Refuse.
So that's motion. Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Amendment. Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
And Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
I have 3 votes for the motion and 7 for the amendment, and the amendment is duly carried. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Now it's gone 1:10 It's an opportunity now for lunch, so we're going to break for 30 minutes. We'll see you back then. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, Jack. Okay, good afternoon then. Can everybody hear me remotely there? Thank you. We're reconvening this meeting just to let you know that Councillor Kelly, Deputy Convener, has had to go for an appointment. So this takes us to item 8 on your agenda today. It's the construction of 2 dwelling houses at Middlebank Cottage, Longcroft, Denny, for Mrs. Pamela Saville. It's pages 78 to 90 on your agenda. The report is going to be by Brent Vivian, but before we bring Brent in, just to say that there's been a submission been in for representation for the agent, Inderpal Gill, to speak on behalf of the applicant. Are we happy to hear the representation from Mr. Gill? Agreed to that, fine, that's fine. Okay then, we'll go straight now to Mr. Vivian. Mr. Vivian, will you give us a report, sir? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Convener. Jack, can I just ask you to be on standby with the site photos? This application seeks planning permission in principle for the construction of 2 dwelling houses.
Brent, we can't hear you very well. Thank you.
The application site lies within the countryside. Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
The application site lies within the countryside on higher ground to the north of Longcroft and the M876. The site forms part of garden ground of Middlebank Knock, an old 2-storey stone-built farmhouse, which is in a state of disrepair and appears to be vacant. Middlebank Knock Cottage lies to the east of the site. The site lies at a bend in Station Road. Station Road connects Longcroft to Kelp Road to the north.
Excuse me, Brent, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're waiting on 2 councillors coming back. So if you just hold your fire and give them an opportunity. We're waiting on Councillor Flynn and Councillor Bowes to see them reappearing, because we haven't had any word that they won't be coming back. We just took it for granted that they were on screen, but it's been highlighted they're no. So we'll just give them a few minutes to see if they're going to come back. Apologies for that.
That's all right.
Nice to see you, Councillor Flynn. Can you hear us, Councillor Flynn? Okay, apologies for the hold up there, but we had technical difficulties both by Councillor Flynn and Councillor Bowes. Councillor Flynn's now joined us, but we can't get through to Councillor Bowes. But to expedite the issue, we're just going to carry on. What we'll do is, obviously, we're reconvening from lunch. And we're now going to item, I'll just go over it again. We're now going to item 8, which is construction of 2 dwelling houses at Middle Banknock Cottage, Longcroft, Denny, for Mrs. Pamela Saville. And the report is by Brent Vivian. It's pages 78 to 90. I'll just ask once again, we'll have a submission from the agent Inderpal Gill to speak on behalf. Has everybody agreed to allowing that? Agreed, thank you. Okay. Going back to you now, Brent, and apologies again for the hold-up.
Thanks, Convener. This application seeks planning permission in principle for the construction of 2 dwelling houses. The site lies within the countryside on higher ground to the north of Longcroft and the M876. The site forms part of garden ground of Middle Banknock, an old 2-storey stone-built farmhouse which is in a state of disrepair and appears to be vacant. Middle Banknock Cottage lies to the east of the site. The site lies at a bend in Station Road. Station Road connects Longcroft to Kelt Road to the north and travels under the M876. Jack, if I could ask you to bring up the first site photo. This shows part of the site frontage looking east. You can just see Middle Banknock Cottage in the background of the photo. Next one, Jack. This shows the site frontage looking west along Station Road, and you can see the old stone-built buildings on the property in the background. And in the foreground is one of 2 existing site entrances onto the site. And the last one, Jack. This shows the site of the 2 houses, again looking west towards the existing buildings on the property. Jack, if you could also bring up the indicative site layout plan. So the application has an indicative site layout plan accompanying the application. This plan shows the footprint of 2 1.5-storey 4-bedroom detached houses, road widening along the site frontage to provide for passing places and additional parking spaces, new positioning of the dry stone walling, creation of a new site access to serve the proposed house to the west, and retention of an existing site access to serve the proposed house to the east. The application has been called in by Councillor Kerr to allow committee to consider and view the physical aspect of the application and the whole area. There is no planning history recorded for the application site. Turning to the consultations, I would highlight the comments to the Roads Development Unit. They've advised that Station Road at this location is an adopted rural road without lighting or footway provision and is subject to the national speed limit. It is a particularly windy and narrow section of road with a relatively steep gradient. They are concerned at the introduction of additional vehicular movements where there are substandard levels of visibility. They are also concerned that the development may lead to pedestrian activity in an area where there is no footway or lighting provision. The Council's flooding team have advised that a drainage impact assessment is required as the proposed development consists of multiple residential dwellings. And the Coal Authority have advised that, according to their records, there is a recorded mine entry within the site boundary. They hold no treatment details for this mine entry, and due to the historic plans used to plot its position, there could be some deviation by several metres. They consider that building over the top of or close to mine entries should be avoided wherever possible, even after they have been capped, in line with their adopted policy. In addition, the site is affected by both recorded and probable unrecorded shallow coal workings, and the Coal Authority have in the past been called upon to deal with surface hazard close to the site. These coal mining risks could affect public safety and stability for new built development at the site. They note the recommendations of the submitted mining risk assessment report to carry out intrusive ground investigation works, and they advise that such investigations would need to confirm the exact location and condition of the on-site mine entry, its zones of influence, and the implications for the layout of the development. The layout would need to be informed by this mining feature to ensure that adequate separation between buildings and the mine entry are incorporated to afford due consideration to their adopted policy. The Bagnock, Haggs and Longcroft Community Council have not made any representations, and no public representations have been received. Section 7 of the report deals with the detailed planning assessment in relation to the National Planning Framework 4, the Local Development Plan, and the Council's relevant supplementary guidance. Under the Local Development Plan, the application site lies out with the urban and village limits within the countryside. The main points to note in terms of the planning assessment are: first, the site comprises garden ground associated with a vacant dwelling house that has fallen into a state of disrepair. The development plan policies relating to vacant land offer a degree of support for the proposal, although there are local living issues to consider in terms of the sustainability of the development, and there is no indication in the application that the restoration and reuse of the farmhouse form part of the overall development proposals. Second, the proposal does not support all qualities of successful places, as the site is not connected by pedestrian or cycle infrastructure and is not accessible to a bus service by walking. The proposal therefore does not promote reduction in car dependency. In addition, intrusive site investigations have not been carried out to confirm the exact location and condition of the on-site mine entry and its zones of influence. The implications of coal legacy for the layout of the development are therefore not yet known, and as a result, it has not been demonstrated that the site has the capacity in principle to support two houses. Third, the application is not considered to be supported by the Rural Homes Policy of National Planning Framework 4. Under National Planning Framework 4, one of the new criteria introduced is to support new homes in rural areas where there is a reuse of brownfield land and where a return to a natural state has not or will not happen without intervention. In this case, there is no evidence to suggest that the currently unused garden ground would not return to a natural state without intervention. Fourth, policy HC05 of the Local Development Plan provides additional criteria to the Rural Homes Policy of National Planning Framework 4 to support new rural homes. These include appropriate infill development. The proposal does not meet all of the infill criteria, as it has not been demonstrated that in principle the site has the capacity to accommodate two houses. Fifth, the proposal does not contribute to local living due to the remoteness of the site to local facilities and services and lack of accessibility by sustainable modes of transport. The size of the properties suggests at this stage that they would be family homes. It is reasonable to consider that the transport needs of the development would include walking, cycling and public transport. And lastly, there are concerns whether an adequate standard of vehicular access can be achieved. In conclusion, it is considered that the application does not accord with the development plan in applying the plan as a whole and in the overall balance of planning judgment. The application is therefore recommended for refusal for the reasons detailed in paragraph 9.1 of your report. There are not considered to be any material planning considerations to otherwise justify approval of the application. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Brent, for that. It's now an opportunity for the agent Inderpal Gill to come forward. You have 10 minutes, sir, if you'd like to come forward and take your seat. And once you've finished your submission, if you then just wait and get an opportunity for members maybe to ask any questions. If you can just tell us who you are and who the gentleman is next to you, okay?
Yes, of course. My name's Inderpal Gill from Helix Architecture Studio, and I'm acting as the agent on behalf of Mrs. Pamela Saville. The gentleman next to me is Mr. Barry Saville, who's here on behalf of his wife, Pamela Saville, to answer any questions that may arise.
Okay, 10 minutes from now, sir. Thank you very much.
Yep. While the assessment raises some concerns, we would like to propose an alternative perspective regarding the application for planning permission in principle. First and foremost, it's important to emphasise that the planning permission is in principle and at a preliminary stage in the planning process. It's obviously not a final approval, but rather a means to establish whether the proposed development could be suitable for the site in principle. Given this, it's possible to address many of the concerns raised throughout the imposition of specific conditions that could be discharged upon submission of a full planning application. We believe that appropriate conditions, many of the issues highlighted in the assessment can be effectively managed and that development can proceed in a responsible and sustainable manner. I wanted to address some of the consultee responses, particularly the Roads Department, who have shown some concerns with regards to the junction and reduced visibility display. Although the carriageway is the national speed limit, the nature of the road itself means that almost all traffic proceeds in a very cautious manner. For people that have driven up Station Road, it'll be very difficult to drive over 10 to 15 miles per hour. The development is supposed to be set back from the road, and the applicant would be open to consider measures to maximise the possible visibility displays at the entry points. Scottish Water have no objections. The Environmental Protection Unit have asked for a contaminated land assessment. However, it should be noted that the DRGCS conducted a site inspection report which included trial pits, and the report states that there are no signs of contamination. The Council's flooding team have requested a drainage impact assessment, and we are agreeable to accept this as a condition of approval. The Coal Authority have confirmed that the application site falls within a defined development high-risk area. Mining has been carried out historically in the area. Reference should be made to report 5328 TD by W. Simpson. This report has noted that the site is stable from a mining point of view, with the exception of a small area to the northeast of the site and an old adit to the southeast corner of the site. Both of these areas are outside the area of the proposed plots. As discussed, there's no response from the Community Council and there's no public representation. I wanted to go through the comments made with regards to the policies, with regards to National Planning Framework for Policy 3. Biodiversity, the client would be open to any conditions to adhere to this policy. With regards to Policy 9, the proposal will generally comply with this policy and supports the development of the brownfield site. As you say, it is a brownfield site. The overall master plan of the site will be submitted under different applications, and therefore the restoration of either the farmhouse or any of the outbuildings should not have an impact in consideration for this application. The proposals are for family homes, and the concerns with local living are no different than any other dwellings in the existing cluster. Policy 11, the proposals are at an early stage, but the latest building standards will ensure the implementation of zero and low carbon generating technologies on site. The applicant would be agreeable to add this as a condition of approval. With regards to Policy 14, the proposed development is on an infill site and adds considerable quality to the existing cluster. This would be further enhanced by the style, scale and materiality of the development. Although there is no lighting on the footpath and Station Road along Station Road which serves the development, it is not unusual for drivers to encounter pedestrians on such rural roads and generally act with caution and within the highway code. Policy 16, the proposed development is such that eventual occupants of the home would demand a high quality and sustainable dwelling. The applicant is committed to this and it would make fiscal sense to appeal to the target market for such a home. Policy 16B, The proposals are currently in their infancy and a build-out timeframe could be addressed upon application of full planning permission. With regards to policy 17, the site has lain vacant for some time now and the site has shown no signs of returning to its natural state without intervention. The garden grounds are still easily identifiable and it would take intervention to enable them to return to their natural state. Therefore, the use of the brownfield site is in somewhat compliance with this policy. Policy 17B, the assessment does not support the development with regards to this policy. However, considering the rural state of the development, it's only 0.5 miles north along Station Road from Longcroft, and Google does state that it's a 10-minute walk. Although there is no lighting on the footpath along Station Road which serves development, again, it's not unusual for pedestrians and vehicular movement to meet and generally proceed with caution. With regards to policy, local development plan policy HC06, the proposed site has been identified as an infill brownfield site. The subdivision of the garden ground would be consistent with the pattern and language and density of the existing cluster. The existing farmhouse sits in a plot which is much larger than the other dwellings within the cluster. The report by W. Simpson states that there's no mining issues within the proposed site and the layout would not be impacted by any coal mining concerns. The concerns raised by the flooding team regarding drainage and surface water management can be addressed through drainage impact assessment. We recommend impose a condition requiring the submission of the assessment as part of a full planning application. The assessment would include details of drainage design, impermeable and permeable surfaces, and propose attenuation and treatment measures. We propose the following conditions and considerations to attach to the application: that we conduct further intrusive site investigations, that there's a contaminated land assessment undertook, and a drainage impact assessment is also submitted as part of the full planning application. We appreciate it's crucial to strike a balance between facilitating responsible development and addressing legitimate concerns about safety, environmental impact and infrastructure. But by allowing that application to proceed to full planning application stage with these conditions in place, we create an opportunity to conduct a more detailed and comprehensive assessment of the proposed development. This approach aligns with the purpose of planning permission principle, which is to establish the suitability of a development concept for a particular site. By addressing concerns through conditions, we enable thorough due diligence and ensure the final development proposal is well informed, safe, and in compliance with all the relevant regulations and policies. In conclusion, we believe that rejecting planning permission principle outright would not be the most prudent course of action. Instead, we recommend considering the application of the aforementioned conditions, allowing for further investigation and ensuring that any issues can be resolved during the subsequent full planning application process. This approach promotes responsible development while addressing legitimate concerns, ultimately benefiting both the community and the applicant. Thank you for your time. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Going to open it up for questions. I'll come in right away. Myself, Mr. Gill, in relation to your submission, you mentioned on a number of occasions about infill and brownfield site. And also, if you would maybe give more information, because obviously there are a number of members, both here and remote, that maybe don't know the locus. I know the locus very well, so I can attribute any comments I have to knowledge. But the fact is, I just want you to expand on the issue of infill and expand on the issue of brownfield, and then expand a wee bit on the issue about the what's there at the moment. You know, the large old farmhouse and that. We just expand on that for us.
Yeah, of course. Now, the site itself is bound with mature trees and traditional stone walling around the site, and also Station Road on one side. The assessment itself, I think, from what I read for the officer's assessment, did agree that this met the criteria for an infill site. There has been traditional outbuildings around the farmhouse. The farmhouse is dilapidated, I think, is probably not strong enough a word. And it doesn't extend the existing cluster. There's an existing cluster of houses around this area to the north. This is probably the southernmost point. So to be perfectly honest, I've lived in Bonnybridge all my days, spent lots of time there on a personal note, and I didn't know this area existed until we started this project. It's got very little vehicular movement. I don't think I've seen a car any time that I've gone up there. But yeah, there's Middlebank Cottage to the east. So it's within kind of the footprint of the cluster, I would say. The proposed development, we believe, is not overuse of the plot.
Yep. Could I maybe ask you another question? When you say you're talking initially to council officers, was you surprised then with the response to officers in the terms of it being an infill and brownfield site? Did you consider the fact that there were not going to be any problems with this?
Well, I think with the planning officer, we did have some back and forth with regards to interpretation of the policies in National Planning Framework 4 and Local Development Plan. And to be perfectly honest, my interpretation from the report after reading it was the officer actually had a change of opinion. I don't know if I've read that correctly or not. But yeah, we did have some back and forth, which surprised me that was required, to be perfectly honest.
So what you're saying in essence then to my question is that you believe that there wouldn't be a problem getting permission because of the history of the ground, and the fact is you believe that it's infill and also it's brownfield.
Yeah, agreed.
Right, okay, that's it. I'm going to open it up to other members. Councillor Kerr.
I just want to ask Mr. Gill, you've stated on maybe 2 or 3 occasions regarding a report from a Mr. Simpson. Was that submitted to the plan officer? Because we've never had anything here to say, and he's saying that there's no mining in that area. Is that correct?
From what I can gather, there is mining in the area, but not on the site that the proposed development is on. Right. The report was submitted, and I believe is available on the public planning portal. But yes, it was submitted.
Okay. I just think myself back to what I says about the previous application, 17 mines in Slamanan, and nobody mentioned a word about the mining. But now we're here and we're talking about mining. But thanks for that, Convener.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open it wider. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Convener. Just first of all, thanks, Mr. Gill and Mr. Saville, for attending today. It was interesting to hear the submission. There's a significant amount of conditions that you're proposing to put forward, and you've mentioned a couple of times that this would be put forward as part of a full planning application. There's clearly been a decision here to take forward a planning permission in principle application instead. Could you expand on the reasons as to why that is, given that there's a significant amount of information required to make those decisions?
I think the decision was based on the fact that it was deemed in a rural location. I think that's the crux of the matter, to be perfectly honest. I think that's why we applied for planning permission in principle rather than full planning permission.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm looking to anybody online. Councillor Flynn.
Yep, thank you, Convener. And sorry, I should have apologised earlier, but I was so shocked. My dog ran into the wires and my router ripped him out. So sorry about that. But anyway, a question for Mr. Gill. Yeah. A question for Mr. Gill. It mentions in the application the distance you are away from a water main supply. Are you able to? Would you have been able to get that supply agreed? Because I'm assuming that it would go over other people's land, and as the water board, would they be amenable to be providing that supply? Just to clarify that, please.
I think that would be something that we deal with at building standard stage.
Right. Okay. But at this stage, you don't have any, reticence you know, because it's quite a distance. That's why I'm thinking 700 metres is quite a lot.
Yes, I appreciate that. However, there is an existing dwelling within 100 or so metres
right
of the house, so there must be an opportunity to get the water supply.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. I'm looking to other members here. Just to clarify, Brent, just for everybody's sake, this is an application in principle. It's not a detailed application. So if you could maybe just enlighten everybody the major differences with this.
That's right, Convener. It's an application seeking planning permission in principle. So a lot of planning applications in principle will come in under the description seeking development of land for residential purposes. In this case, this PPP is quite prescriptive. It specifically requests permission for 2 dwelling houses. So in that context, as part of the considerations around the principle of the development, we need to be satisfied that the site has the capacity to accommodate 2 houses. So setting aside a number of other issues in the report, I think the comments of the Coal Authority go to the heart of that issue. Their comments do identify that there is a recorded mine entry within the site boundary, and there may be some dubiety about where that's actually located. So I think the prudent approach would be to carry out the intrusive site investigations to identify exactly where that mine entry is relative to the site, the zones of influence and the implications for the layout, and in particular the principle of being able to accommodate 2 houses on this particular site. So that's why there's been, quite some influence put on that issue in the report. There are obviously other issues raised in the report. I think it's probably appropriate to just highlight that this application came in before National Planning Framework 4 came into existence. So at the time when the application first came in, we were considering the application in terms of rural housing against the infill criteria within the local development plan. Obviously, with the application overlapping at the time of National Planning Framework coming into existence, we also now have to consider National Planning Framework as part of the development plan. National Planning Framework policy on rural homes doesn't contain any infill development criteria to match or reflect the local development plan. The overall assessment in the report is that there's no specific support under the rural homes policy of NPF4 to support the application. Having said that, the local development plan still forms part of the development plan, so the infill criteria under the development plan will still be relevant to the assessment, and it's really a consideration of how much weight to give to those infill policies relative to the new policy position, and also taking an overall view, considering other relevant matters such as issues around sustainability and local living.
I'm just quoting from the NPF4 Policy 9 Brownfield, vacant and derelict land and empty buildings, and it says quite clearly that corresponds broadly to policy PE27 of LDP2, but with different caveats. And policy 9A supports development proposals that will result in sustainable reuse of brownfield land, including vacant and derelict land, which this is. And also, to me, it is an infill site. As I said previously, that I know this area very well, and so I maybe got more information than most others. But the fact is that Could I ask you another question, Brent? Just to clarify the situation, are you saying that this isn't an infill site and it's not a brownfield site?
There's a definition for brownfield land under the National Planning Framework, which I think was referred to in one of the earlier discussions this morning. The definition under the National Planning Framework does suggest that vacant land can be a form of a brownfield land under the definition. Secondly, in terms of infill, it is assessed in the report as being a type of infill development, that being infill within an existing building cluster. So there's a number of criteria to meet in relation to that type of development. I'm satisfied on most fronts. The one issue I have is that there's still an issue in terms of the coal mining constraint or uncertainty as to whether there is capacity on the site for two houses. Hence why that issue is highlighted at a number of points through the report.
Okay, thanks, Brent. So just to remember everybody that we're detailing here an application for this site. It's not detailed as yet. It's only planning in principle. Is that correct, Brent?
It's a planning and principle application for two houses.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else like to come in at this stage? Just before we do that, is there any more questions for Mr. Gill or the applicant, or they can return to their seats? No further questions, gentlemen, if you'd like to go back. And
thank you very much for your time.
Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Calvina. As was stated at the very start by Mr. Vivian, I called this in, and probably the only reason I called it in, and I didn't know how to put the wording in. The week before, the council just sold a piece of land 100 yards from where this is for 1.5 million, and nobody batted an eyelid. Then we're saying this is no good for development here. So all I always wanted is to see why the difference was, until I read right into the report. When I got the report, and I think it's been highlighted by yourself, convener, and I think Councillor Sinclair highlighted as well. This is a planning permission in principle. I don't think it's proper, and we've done it in the past, and I didn't agree with then, that we're asking applicants to provide very expensive reports that they maybe not even get planning on. And at that stage, planning permission in principle, when it comes to full planning, these reports are needed. And at that stage, I think that's the right time to bring the reports. So reading it, and I read the policies the same as yourself, convener. And the reason I think it can be justified against terms in the National Planning Framework 4 is 8, 9, 14, 16, and 17. Policy 8, brownfield, vacant and derelict land, empty buildings, which is on page 50 in the new National Plan Framework report. And the policy intent says to encourage, promote and facilitate the use of brownfield, vacant and derelict land and empty buildings, and help reduce the need for greenfield development. Exactly what you've said, convener, and I totally agree that this meets that. Policy 9, A, development proposals that will result in sustainable reuse of brownfield land, including vacant and derelict land and buildings, whether permanent or temporary, will be supported. D of the policy 9, development proposals for the reuse of existing buildings will be supported, which is similar to the local development plan PE 27. The National Planning Framework Policy 14, design, quality and place, is very similar to policy PE 01, placemaking of the local development plan. The proposal, which it states, the proposal supports some of the qualities of successful places as the site lies within a cluster of existing buildings and the screening structure afforded by existing boundary trees. Policy 16 and NPF4, quality homes. The policy seeks to promote high quality, affordable, sustainable homes in the right location, providing choice across tenures that meet diverse housing needs. I think these two meet that. National Plan Framework for Policy 17. There is a similar policy in P14 Countryside and HC05 Housing in the Country. However, one of the criteria to support new homes in the new policy is rural areas is the reuse of brownfield land where a return to natural state has not or will not happen without intervention. And I don't think that will happen without intervention. It's already been mentioned about the National Planning Framework for not having an infill piece in it, but as already been stated by Brent, in the Local Development Plan HC06, infill development and plot submission, it clearly states through the drawings that the existing houses and the houses to the east, it comes into an infill site. I think at this stage of planning permission in principle, I think the conditions that the applicant has put forward, as Councillor Sinclair has already mentioned, are vast, and if they are to achieve that at the full planning stage, well, they deserve it for all the stuff that they've got, because there's a lot of work in that. So I think that it meets a lot of the criteria, especially at this stage of planning permission in principle. Convener. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just to reiterate what you had said in relation to the council selling a piece of ground for £1.5 million, most people will realise that this was to ensure that an application that had been in for 15 years would eventually go ahead in Denland Head for 500 houses. And that's the reason that went ahead. On the issue you're talking about, I looked into this in depth because, to be honest with you, I asked the question to Mr. Gill, the applicant's agent. Was he maybe a bit surprised that the decision to on regarding this application was to refuse? Because I thought with the policies, especially with the new NPF4 policy, policy 9 on brownfield and vacant and derelict land, that this fitted the criteria, and I didn't see any problem with it, and still don't. Provost.
Thanks very much, Convener. Based on what I've heard, Councillor Kirk, Councillor Sinclair and yourself, I think it does tick all the boxes really. and it's an opportunity to regenerate a derelict site. And I'd be happy to move planning, get plan permission in principle, convener.
Okay, we got a seconder there. Councillor, I think there was a few people in the councillor care. Sorry.
I'm quite happy to second the plan permission in principle, convener.
Councillor Sinclair now.
Convener, I was looking to get just a point of clarity.
Certainly.
Planning permission in principle, if so granted, any further works on the site would have to come forward as a full planning application. Would that be my understanding?
Will we just clarify that? Brent, you've heard the question from councillors. Or Bernard there, one of the two is.
If planning permission in principle is granted, then the detailed proposals for the two houses would come forward as applications for matters specified in conditions, along with all the required information as set out in any conditions the committee decide to impose.
Given that, I'd be content to agree with the motion that's been put forward.
Okay then, just to go where we are, if we've got a motion moved by the provost, seconded by Councillor Kerr, to agree plan in principle. Is anybody otherwise minded who will agree? By the way, just to clarify, Councillor Bowes, apologies, but because you were out the equation for so long, then you have no opportunity to take part in the decision making on this application because of the fact that you were not involved in the whole process.
Apologies, convener, wee technical problem, and I know the rules, so I wasn't expecting I wasn't expected to be involved in this item.
Okay, thank you. The reason we've already mentioned when Councillor Redmond, I think it's important for everybody to know this, when Councillor Redmond came in during another application that was being determined, that in the past these things have happened, and we've had people in general public have been complaining in relation to members not being fully aware all the opportunities and information. So that's how we do it, and we make sure that our legal representative, Mr. Henderson, tells everybody that is the reason. Okay, other than that, I'll go. You come in relation to. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, convener, for your leave there. Now note that we've got a motion and amendment, and as always, I presume that be subject to conditions as determined by the Director of Police Services. I'm just going to pick up on a few points, and maybe Brent and Bernard can come in, but just looking through the report and mindful of what the applicant was also saying in their deputation, I think I took a note that they would agree conditions in relation to intrusive site inspection, contaminated land and drainage impact assessment.
Yep.
And I know that these are matters that are raised during the course of the report, in particular in the sections dealing with consultations. So there was also a condition that was being suggested by the Roads Development Unit of the Council. They were saying if the application, this is at paragraph 4.1 of the report, if the application's approved, conditions are requested in relation to parking provision, construction of the new site accesses and provision of visibility displays measuring 2.4 metres and curiously 215 metres, but I didn't think that was correct. Perhaps it's slightly less. We then... Indeed. Thank you. We also had reference to the Environmental Protection Unit talking about contaminated land assessment and the flooding risk. I had mentioned provisions. I don't know, was that something? Yeah, I think they conclude by saying a flood risk assessment is not required.
Right.
But then we have paragraph 4.5, which relates to the Coal Authority and their interest in the matter, and it finishes off with a sentence which says the Coal Authority have no objection to the application subject conditions to secure the implementation of a scheme of intrusive site investigations and any necessary remediation works and or mitigation measures. to address land instability arising from coal mining legacy. So I'm just flagging up these points, maybe seeking some comments from my planning colleagues if they would be suitable to be conditions that would apply to the motion.
Brent and Bernard, anybody like to respond? Brent, obviously the planning officer.
I think Mr. Henderson's captured the matters raised in the consultations that would be subject to conditions of any grant of planning permission. He did refer to the visibility displays. We do have the roads officer here if any clarifications required in relation to the extent of displays required at the entrance points.
Thanks, Brent, and just noting the potential significance from your comments about location and suitability of the site to support 2 dwelling houses. I was scribbling down some wording that maybe that a scheme of intrusive site investigations would be prepared to confirm the exact location and condition of the on-site mine entry at zones of influence, necessary remediation works and/or mitigation, and that the site has capacity to support 2 dwelling houses. Does that seem a reasonable form of condition?
You happy with that, Brent?
Well, I think the only point I would make is the applications for two houses. So you would be effectively granting planning permission in principle for 2 houses if that's the way you want to go on it. So, there may potentially be an issue. We don't know yet. It would depend on the outcome of the intrusive site investigations in terms of what impact the location and influence of the mine might have on the actual physical layout of the site and whether there is, capacity for 2 units or not.
Thanks, Brent. Would it be worth, in that case, looking at wording which didn't refer to 2 dwelling houses, but maybe just said support development?
Yeah, well, as I said earlier, normally a planning application in principle is for, land for residential purposes. So you're not actually specifying a particular number of units, and you have flexibility at a later stage to decide how many is appropriate according to any issues and constraints on the site identified at a more detailed stage. But in this case, as I said, the application is specifically for the 2 dwelling houses.
Thanks. Going back to the mover and the seconder, in that case, for the purposes of the motion, will we keep the wording that wording would be finalised by the Director of Police Services and remit to officers to produce an appropriate set of conditions around parking, contaminated land, drainage impact and site investigations?
Aye, so what we're saying is we're not saying 2 houses. I wouldn't like to come back and them saying, oh well, you can only get 1. If they're in for 2 houses, it's 2 houses that we're agreeing to. And a point of clarity as well regarding the site inspection, if I can. So if a site inspection is done in the ground where the proposed houses are done, are we saying we're happy with that? Or are we saying, do we need to find where this thing is? It could be 800 metres down the road. So as long as it's not in the area where the development is going to be taken, as we saying we're happy with that or not, because I'm not comfortable about getting somebody to dig half a mile down the road just to make sure that there's a mine shaft here.
Back to Brent. Brent, you like to comment on that?
Well, I'd refer you back to the comments of the Coal Authority. Their records indicate there is a recorded mine entry within the site, but that's relying on historic plans, which may not be accurate. So there could be some deviation, and until the actual intrusive site investigation works are undertaken, we don't know where the mine entry is and what impact that might have on the ability to accommodate 2 houses on the site, which is what's been applied for.
Thanks, Brent. Bernard, did you want to come in on this stage?
Thanks, convener. It was just to clarify really on that point. I think what's being said there is that the implication of the coal authority position is, with regard to coal mining risk, is that if planning permission is granted in principle for 2 houses, it may well be on investigation that it's not possible to build 1 house, let alone 2, on this site because of the impacts of coal mining risk.
Yep, point taken. Okay, Ian.
Thank you, convener. Now, I'll try to summarise where we are at the moment, and bear with me. So the note I would have is we have a motion by Councillor Bissett, seconded by Councillor Kerr, and that is that the committee agrees to grant planning permission in principle, having regard to policies of NPF 4, 8, 9, 14, 16 and 7, that the following considerations are considered to be of significant and determinative weight, and that is the site is garden ground forming part of a vacant dwelling house, falling into a state of disrepair, and the development is considered to be of a nature of an infill site in a cluster of existing buildings, and the proposal would be a sustainable reuse and development of the land, which is considered to be brownfield. And then that grant would be subject to appropriate conditions to be determined by the Director of Police Services, including conditions in relation to, and bearing in mind it's remitted to the Director to draft the wording, parking provision, construction of new site accesses and provision of visibility displays of presumably 2.4 metres by 2.5 metres, contaminated land assessment, drainage impact assessment, and a scheme of intrusive site investigations. Thank you.
Okay. So has everybody agreed to that then? All agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, everybody. That takes us to the last item on your agenda today. Extension to dwelling house at Garvold House, Bankerton Denny, FK6 for Mr. Alison Masterson. It's pages 91 to 97 on your papers. The report is by Brent Vivian, but before I ask Brent to step forward, there's a deputation request. An application has been made by Councillor Brian McCabe, local member, to be received as a deputation to be heard in respect an item of business. There's also been an application come in from Mr. Kevin Forster, who is an objector to be allowed to speak. I'm quite happy to move that both be allowed. Everybody agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you very much. That takes us then back to you, Brent, for the report, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, convener. Jack, can I just have you on standby for to share the photos and the block plan, please? This application seeks written confirmation that an extension to an existing dwelling house is permitted development and therefore does not require an application for planning permission. The development involves demolition of an attached single-storey garage and construction of a new extension to the side and rear. The extension is single-storey and provides for an entrance hall, a toilet and a utility room, and an open-plan kitchen, dining and living area. The construction works have already commenced. The site lies within the countryside to the west of Denny. It is occupied by a 1.5-storey dwelling house and forms part of a small cluster of 3 houses at this location. Jack, could I ask you to share the photos, please? Firstly, the east elevation. I'll share three photos. These photos were taken on the 5th of July this year. So this is essentially the rear elevation of the property. You can see the outline of where the property has been extended on the side against the gable, and this is in the location of a previous garage which was attached to the building. Jack, if you could bring up the north elevation photo. So again, this shows the development underway, an extension forward of the principal elevation to form an L-shaped building. And you can see on the gable, you can see where the outline of where the previous attached garage was. And the west elevation drawing. So this is taken from just outside the principal elevation, looking north towards where the extension will protrude forward of the principal elevation. Jack, if you could also share the block plan. So you can pick out on this plan where the proposed extension is, and its distance from the curtilage boundaries, and you can also appreciate from that drawing the size of the proposed extension works relative to the size of the curtilage of the house. You'll note that the curtilage is rather large, which is not unexpected for a countryside location. Thank you, Jack. The application has been called in by Councillor McCabe to allow a committee to consider why the proposal should be viewed as contrary to householder permitted development rights. The site history is outlined in section 3 of your report. There was a permission in 2001 for a change of use and extension to an outbuilding to form a dwelling house. And more recently, there was an application to extend the dwelling house and form a raised deck, which was withdrawn. No consultations were carried out on the application, and the Denian District Community Council had not made any representations. A public representation has been received raising concerns with impacts of the proposed extension and associated construction activity on 2 nearby veteran trees and protected species. It is important to highlight that a certificate of lawfulness is a technical assessment of legislation to determine if an application for planning permission is required. It is not an assessment of the planning merits of a proposal. There are no statutory provisions for neighbour notification. The above concerns raised in the public representation are not relevant to the determination of the application. The planning assessment for this application is with respect to Class 1A of the Town and Country Planning General Permitted Development Scotland Order 1992 as amended, relating to single-storey ground floor extensions to a dwelling house. And based on the submitted information, the proposed extension is assessed as complying with the criteria of Class 1A and is therefore considered permitted development. I note in particular that the permitted development criteria provides for extensions forward of the principal elevation or side elevation where that elevation does not front a road. The proposal in this instance is forward of the existing principal and side elevations, but these elevations do not front a road. If you look at the location plan at the back of your report, you will see the access serving Garbled House, Garbled Cottage and Redwood Lodge. This is a private access, not a road. The nearest road is the B818 to the south and west, some distance away, which can be seen in yellow on the inset plan at the back of your report. I'd also highlight that the area of ground covered by the resulting dwelling house would not be more than twice the area of ground covered by the original dwelling house, as approved under the previous planning permission in 2001 and as built. The attached garage forms part of the original dwelling house for the purposes of this calculation. The recommendation in the report is that a certificate of lawfulness should be issued because, based on the submitted information, the proposed extension is considered permitted development in accordance with Class 1A of the Town and Country Planning General Permitted Development Scotland Order 1992 as amended. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much, Brent. Before we bring forward Councillor McCabe. I'm going to bring Mr Henderson in just to simplify and in a couple of minutes exactly what we are discussing here, because there seems to be a bit of confusion in relation to a planning application which people believe is a certificate of lawfulness, which we're really here to determine. Mr Henderson.
Thank you, convener, and I think Mr Vivian's probably covered
everything,
the core aspects here, but I suppose the main point to make is this isn't a planning application. It's not a planning application for planning permission. This is an application for a certificate of lawfulness of existing use or development. So it's essentially when you don't need planning permission, that's defined under the General Permitted Development Order, which sets out situations where a development may not require planning permission to be obtained. Normally it's of a kind of smaller nature of development, and there are particular... Sorry, Councillor Nimmo.
Oh, sorry, Ian, sorry to interrupt, convener. It was just a quick question. Obviously, this is another call-in, and I'm just wondering if there's going to be any additional information issued to elected members. That's happened already today in item 7, and I'm just wondering if we're going to get that in advance of a decision, because the last information was provided after the fact.
Right, are you referring to Councillor McCabe's submission?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll let Mr Henderson come back in here.
Thanks, Councillor Nimmo. It's a good question again. It's for the committee to determine whether or not it wishes to hear a deputation, and I believe at this point it has now agreed to hear the deputation. So I think I wouldn't be adverse to my colleague sharing.
Thank you, Ian. I hope I didn't jump the gun there, but that document has been sent round by email. Okay. But I'll send it back on to you again, Councillor Nimmo, just so it's top of your list.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nimmo. And I think I was just explaining there that what we don't have before us is a planning application for planning permission. What we've got is an application for a certificate of lawfulness. And what that certificate does is it kind of puts beyond any doubt for a developer that the development that they're proposing does not require planning permission. And this is often important in the context that there's a general principle in law that a statement made by a planning officer doesn't bind the planning authority itself. So even if one of our planning officers spoke to a developer and said, I think this is permitted development, if at some point the authority decided it wasn't, it could take enforcement action. So the procedure here is the applicant for the certificate of lawful use of development is looking for clarity from the local authority as planning authority that it determines that this is permitted development and doesn't actually need an application for planning permission. So that being the case, for these sort of certificates, there's no requirement for neighbour notification, and it's, as Brent said, generally quite a technical task of looking through the General Permitted Development Order, the relevant provisions, and just working through them sequentially to say, does it fall within a category of development that's exempt from needing planning permission, and does it avoid any of the conditions that would draw that kind of development into a need for planning permission? So I think Brent had started going through some of these conditions, and perhaps it's worth maybe even amplifying and putting up on screen, Brent, what the various determining factors are under the legislation as to what would be permitted development and what may lead it not to be permitted development.
This is the first I've seen this as well, so members will get a few minutes to go through this, and then we'll carry on with the submissions. Excuse me. Okay then, everybody. There's quite a bit of reading in that, but I'm quite sure that Councillor McCabe will expand on what's in that paper when he gets called up. Okay, it's an opportunity now for Councillor McCabe to step forward in respect of this item of business. Councillor Nimmo.
Convener, if I may, just quickly on the back of what we've just read, 18 pages, was this included in the agenda?
Thanks, Councillor Nimmo. This is a paper that was prepared by Councillor McCabe to amplify his deputation request.
Right, okay.
It wasn't included in the agenda papers. Thank you.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks, convener.
No, thank you for that. Councillor McCabe, sir, you have 10 minutes starting from now. And you put your microphone on, we'll all hear you. Thank you.
Beg your pardon. Thanks, convener. Thanks to the members for taking the time. I do realise it's an extensive document, and again, apologies to Councillor Nimmo, but unfortunately, Alan, it's the process.
That's right.
I just have to go along with, whatever. Okay, thank you. You've read, hopefully, my presentation. There's quite a level of detail in the statement, and my thanks to the committee for agreeing to hear the deputation. You'll see the reasons for the call-in, the property's planning history from the Council's own portal, a brief summary of the origins of the dwelling house with referral to repeated refusals of an adjoining site made by the applicants. In essence, in 2001, an original outbuilding was approved by a change of use and erection of 2 extensions plus an upper floor. The original building has been extensively developed. Within my comments, you will notice reference to applicable legislation, main concepts, including explanations of terms such as principal elevation or original versus existing dwelling house. These are critically important items. All of the terms I use are contained within the householder permitted development rights guidance here. I make no inventions of my own. At part 4 within the document, making changes to a dwelling house, permitted development rights are described and the limitations which must be complied with are identified. The applicant and/or planning officers have identified the proposed development as being categorised as Class 1A. The proposed large extension is non-compliant with the relevant legislation. Within the guidelines, the effects of limitations and non-compliance in Class 1A are that the dwelling house was created by virtue of a change of use under Class 18B or 22A. Extensions are generally located to the rear, and the footprint of the extension is no larger than the original dwelling house. I refer to the technical explanation contained within the guidelines. It states at 4.14, if the extension exceeds any of the following limits, then an application for planning permission is required. It's unequivocal. 4.16, the extension cannot be forward of a wall forming part of a principal elevation or side elevation if that elevation is fronting a road. And 4.21, the area covered by all extensions, including any existing and the proposed extension, cannot be greater than the footprint of the original dwelling house. I'll now refer to the legislation contained within the guidelines. Class 1A, development is not permitted by this class if clause ZA, the dwelling house is a dwelling by virtue of a change of use permitted under Class 18B or 22A. Clause A, any part of the development would be forward of a wall forming part of the principal elevation or side of the elevation where that elevation fronts a road. Clause E, as a result of the development, the area of ground covered by the resulting dwelling house would be more than twice the area of the ground covered by the original dwelling house. I'll now refer to permitted development contraventions and explain in greater detail those contraventions. And I'm pleased to see that officers accept the importance of recognising the term principal elevation. The principal elevation to Garvold House is the front elevation or west of the property. Both the principal and side elevations front onto a road. And why do I say that? If I could ask Mr. Frawley to call up attachment B, please. Yeah, just back up a wee bit, Jack. Yeah, just down here, just down a wee bit again. What you see here is the original planning application, and I offer in evidence the original planning application where it's a change of use and extension to outbuilding to form the dwelling house. The detailed planning certificate dated the 27th of August 2001 issued by Falkirk Council states, Falkirk Council, in exercise of its powers under the above mentioned acts and orders, hereby grants detailed planning permission for the said development in accordance with the plans docketed as relative hereto. In accordance with the plans. If Mr. Frawley could move on to attachment A, sorry. I beg your pardon, Jack. If you could move back to the previous slide. Apologies, Jack. Yep. If you look at the top two, both of these drawings clearly indicate the existence of a road to the west of Garville. You see it going round the back. That is the principal elevation, both of them. If we then move down to the next two drawings, 3 and 4, both drawings in plan and elevation clearly indicate there are no entrances, openings in any elevation other than the west elevation, and both drawings clearly indicate a garage to the west elevation. There's been an element of non-compliance with the original planning application. If Mr. Frawley could now call up the animated visual principal elevation, I'm hoping that this will assist the committee to visualise the property. The existing house, dwelling house, was not built in accordance with the plans docketed as relative hereto. The existing road, here we go. That is the west elevation. The garage at the left-hand end was turned round and faced in the other direction against the planning permission. The actual garage faced to the right there, faced in this direction against the original planning approval. The existing road has been done away with. The new garage was built facing in the wrong direction. The existing dwelling house was in breach of its own planning permission. Again, permission of the principal elevation has been accepted by our officers. Construction of the extension is therefore non-compliant with Class 1A, where it states quite specifically, any part of the development would be forward of a wall forming part of the principal elevation or side elevation, where that elevation fronts a road. I now move on to the size of the new extension. The original building was 70.5 square metres. The new extension is 105 square metres in area alone. The resulting dwelling house totals 198 square metres. Mr. Frawley, could you call up attachment C, please? Again, I offer in evidence that the extended dwelling house is more than twice the area of the ground covered by the original dwelling house. Beyond all doubt, the size of the extension contravenes permitted development rights. Visual 1, the original building footprint shown next to the new extension. Visual 2, the remaining original building footprint shown next to the previous kitchen and garage extension. And visual 3, comparing the original building visual and the 2001 change of use and with the new extension. So you see the original building, you see the extensions that were granted by the change of use, and you see what has now been proposed. If Mr. Frawley could call up the animated visual extension elevations. Again, this will assist the members to visualise the large extension that's being discussed. Development is not permitted by this class if, as a result of the development, the area of ground covered by the resulting dwelling house would be more than twice the area of the ground covered by the original dwelling house. You see the size of the new extension. Apologies. Thanks, Convener. I now refer to the creation of the dwelling house itself. The dwelling house was created in 2001 by a planning application for a change of use and extension to outbuilding to form a dwelling house. This, in essence, was a dwelling house permitted by a planning application, which could easily have been approved by a certificate of lawful use under Class 18B or 22A permitted development rights. In support of my evidence, I offer the following evidence. The existing dwelling house is now effectively prevented from utilising permitted development rights by legislation contained within the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act and the Town and Country Planning General Permitted Development Scotland Order itself. This is principally designed to prevent repeated development of extension upon extension upon extension. The legislation is very clear in its intent in this instance. Inclusion of classes 18B and 22A within the limitations of class 1A is designed to prevent development creep, particularly important in the countryside. The application falls so far foul of the guidelines of the Town and Country Planning Act and the General Permitted Development Scotland Order that it should be refused. It breaches legislation in 3 very specific areas as detailed in this presentation and therefore must be refused. Anything other would leave the Council potentially breaking the law. And finally, I have very grave concerns regarding the accuracy of the officer's report supporting this agenda item. At 6.2 in the report, it states this is a technical assessment and not an assessment of the planning merits. And yet in the very next line, it states planning assessment. The very next line, this is a planning assessment. It further states the attached garage forms part of the original dwelling house for the purposes of the calculation. This is inaccurate and misleading. Original and existing have very specific meanings in planning law. If I could just ask Mr. Frawley for the final time to call up attachment E. It shows the completed application form, which contains highly inaccurate and misleading information. The applicant agent state quite specifically, the council has already confirmed that the proposed extension is permitted development. That's not true. The application form advises it's an offence to submit false information. Why was this technicality not corrected within an alleged technical assessment? I've got serious concerns regarding this application, and I'll pursue these concerns external to the forum, this forum. I'm more than happy to answer any question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your submission. I think it would be only fair to go to Mr. Vivian and come back on some of what you had said in your submission, Councillor. I think it would be only fair because there was areas directed at officers. And Brent, would you like to come back and maybe question or answer anything that was in the submission by Councillor McCabe?
Yeah, I can talk to some of those points. Councillor McCabe was questioning the concept around fronting a road. There's no dubiety around the fact that the extension is forward of the principal elevation. The principal elevation of the house now faces west, and that's okay under permitted development if the elevation. If the extension forward of the principal elevation does not front a road. I think what Councillor McCabe may have been referring to when he talked about a road being to the front of the principal elevation, I think what he was talking about was the original driveway, which went around to the location of the garage when the garage was facing west. The garage was flipped, so it was facing east. So I think what he was referring to was perhaps the location of the driveway as it originally was. It's really important to just understand what the concepts of fronting a road means, and also what the definition of a road means. Fronting in this context means facing onto a road, and is determined by a number of factors, including the angle of the house to the road, the distance between the house and the road, and the size of any intervening land. Beyond 30 metres, it's increasingly unlikely that an elevation fronts a road. And if there is intervening land between the curtilage of the house and the road, it could no longer be argued to front a road. Now, in terms of the definition of a road, this is defined in section 151 of the Roads Scotland Act 1984. A road is any way over which there is a public right of passage, including its verges. So it's not therefore confined only to public adopted roads, but it has to be a means of access over which there is a public right of passage. So again, if I go back to the drawings, which are at the back of your agenda, the nearest public road is quite some distance to the west and south. It's the yellow indicated B818, which is shown on the inset drawing at the back of your agenda. So from our perspective, there's no issue in assessing this matter that the forward extension fronts onto a road. So we're quite happy on that front.
And I think at this stage, I think it would be pertinent for me to come in or somebody come in, but I'm going to come in and say that there's such information that's came forward for Councillor McCabe already after your submission. I think it would benefit everybody if we went out in site here and had a look at this, and the issues that have been brought forward are already been brought forward and were brought forward in the light of day, so that members are going to be fully aware. That's my interpretation. Is anybody else agree? Is there anybody else otherwise minded? We go to sites.
Convener.
Hold on a second.
Can I come in first? Thanks. Just trying to sort of understand it's my planning application. It's a lawful development. Have sort of the process of that, would the applicant still need to get a building warrant and everything agreed by the council? So I'm just wondering if they've already had a building warrant agreed by the council, they've maybe complied with all the steps. So I don't know if you can maybe speak about. I mean, if we've gave them a building warrant, can we then turn around and say after the fact, well, we shouldn't have gave you a building warrant because it's not lawful development?
Mr. Henderson will come in at this stage.
Thanks, Councillor Redmond. It's an interesting question, good question, and the two regimes sit separately to each other. So if building warrant was or wasn't granted, that's not that pertinent. Just to clarify the point, this isn't a planning application, it's an application for a certificate of lawful use of development. So it's subject, as I think Councillor McCabe's narrating and going through all these legislative requirements, it's subject of a technical assessment of how the development sits in terms of the piece of legislation I've got sitting in front of me at the moment, which is the Town and Country Planning General Permitted Development Order. So you need to go through the steps. So for instance, this is Class 1A that Councillor McCabe's speaking to there. You can take the first section here as being, on the face of it, something that actually doesn't need planning permission. So any enlargement of a development by way of a single-storey ground floor extension, including any alteration to the roof required for the purposes of the enlargement. So that could cover a lot of things. So what the legislation then goes on to do, as Councillor McCabe was running through, is saying, okay, if that's a principle when you don't need planning permission, are there any circumstances noted in the legislation that would actually say you do need to get planning permission? So almost you're looking at it in a negative basis. So as Councillor McCabe was saying, the first one is development is not permitted development if any part of the development would be forward of a wall forming part of a principal elevation or side elevation for that elevation fronts a road. That's one provision. Another one is any part of the development would be within 1 metre of the boundary of the curtilage of the house and would extend beyond the line of the wall forming part of the rear elevation of the nearest boundary by more than 3 metres in the case of a terraced house, or 4 metres in any other case. And so it goes. You've got to sort of look at the starting point principle and then see how this development sits in terms of an interpretation of what takes a development out of being permitted development. So it's quite a technical assessment, which is probably why you rarely see these sitting at planning committee. But planning committee is now considering this, and I think it needs to carefully run through these different categories to satisfy itself that all of the categories don't apply, or if one does apply, then we have to refuse the application for the certificate, in which case the applicant could appeal the matter to the Scottish ministers. Or if they were really confident in their position, they could say, well, I'm never going to apply for planning permission until someone can say to me that I wasn't compliant with permitted developments. So there's a few routes it could take, but I think I understand where the convener's coming from and thinking maybe it's worth having a look at the property and just trying to do this kind of technical understanding in a way that's maybe got a bit more relevance in your minds.
Yeah, I think
what's there on the ground.
Worthwhile. Obviously, we've seen a lot of different drawings as well, so it'd be good to see maybe the actual carrot. But I just thought I'd maybe ask a wee bit more because it was quite confusing me the lawful development. I was thinking it seems quite risky if somebody says, well, I'm going to put a 2 metre extension onto my house because it's permitted development, and then they get a building warrant to pay for that. But then at some point, somebody can come and say, oh, well, that wasn't actually. So it's maybe quite risky doing things through permitted development then, for that sense, is it?
It is why people apply for a certificate of, or the certificate that's being sought here. Because something could absolutely meet all of the criteria for being permitted development and they're actually quite safe, but they sell their house and some clever solicitor pitches up to say, did you need planning permission for that? And they're in a whole rigmarole of trying to explain why it didn't need planning permission. So very often developers will say, I'll just approach the council for certification that kind of puts whether or not this is permitted development beyond any doubt and is defensible to third parties in the future. Does that help at all? I think I maybe lost the thread of your original question, Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Kerr, then Councillor Brown, Councillor.
Just a couple of quick questions, probably for Brent. When it says the attached garage forms part of the original dwelling house for the purpose of this calculation, is that correct, or was that part of the change of use and for the extension application of the 2001 application? That's my first question.
The garage was part of the change of use and extension, which was approved in 2001. So the purposes of the calculation, the original dwelling house is what was approved and built in 2001, and that includes the attached garage, so that would be taken into account in the calculation of the original dwelling house.
So the original dwelling house was built 2001 and the garage was included in it?
That's correct. With the 2001 approval was based around a change of use of an outbuilding, and there were extensions to that, and that included the garage, which, as I say, we would take into account in the calculation. It forms part of the original house as approved in 2001.
And my last question at the moment is, how many times can somebody get permitted development on a property?
Well, there's no precise figure in relation to that. It depends how many times you might apply before it triggers any of the thresholds under the permitted development. So, for instance, one large extension might trigger the thresholds where a series of smaller ones might not. It just depends.
Well, why I asked the question, Brent, was if there's 2 or 3 permitted developments on a property, when does it then kick in that they need planning? And that's what I was asking.
If there's extensions beyond the point where the original dwelling house was constructed and built, then those extensions would all count towards your allowance under permitted development. So yeah, so you are restricted in terms of how many times you can continue to extend your property. In this case, this would be the first extension to the property since the approval in 2001 to form what we would consider the original house.
Okay. Thanks. The convener was allowing me to come in on that point, and I would agree with Mr. Vivian on the point that there isn't any specific number of times, but as Brent was saying, there are thresholds in terms of the requirements under the legislation. So, for instance, development is not permitted development if, as a result of the development, and that's the current development being looked at, the area of ground covered by the resulting dwelling house would be more than twice the area of ground covered by the original dwelling house. So you could do lots of small extensions on that would all sit within, you could do one year, one the next, and as long as it was still not more than double what the original house was, you would still be compliant. But then you might hit that time where your extension's actually taking you to a house that would then be more than double the size of the original house, in which case we would be saying, no, that's not permitted development. You need to put in a planning application. Does that make sense? Okay. Thanks, Councillor Kerr.
Bowes and Councillor Nimmo. Thank you, Councillor Bowes.
Sorry, convener, who's going first?
Councillor Bowes and then yourself, Councillor Nimmo.
Probably your contribution probably better than mine, Alan, but we'll give this a go anyway. So I'm just trying to clear things up. Councillor Kerr sort of was on it. I'm on two subjects here, but he definitely covered this one. So the original house from 2001 is the house plus the garage. We have now got an extension which goes up to the right hand side of the building. Part of that ground area of the new extension is the original garage. So therefore the square meterage of the original house and the garage would be more than I think was indicated by Councillor McCabe, because he took the garage out of that and took that whole side as being 115 square metres, whereas you would have the original house plus the garage, and so the extension would actually be less because you've still got the ground area of where the garage was, which is part of the original dwelling. So therefore, I would venture to suggest that Brent's right, doesn't surprise me, is that it is not double, it's not over double the original house plus garage, which was the original building. The other thing is I've been to Garfield House in the past, and anybody that's driven there, go by take the council bus, because I think one of the councillors broke their axle the last time when they went up there, because that is not a public road going up there. And so I totally agree with Mr. Vivian that the public road is quite a significant distance away from there. There's basically a rough track, basically gives for what I can see and for what I went across this time. And I appreciate what the convener is saying. The site visit it. I haven't already seen the site, as I know a number of the members of the committee have. We'll all know the conditions is. I don't think you're going to change your mind from what Mr. Vivian has already said on that. I appreciate going to sites. I would have preferred personally to grant the officer's recommendations, but if it's sites that the committee wants, then we'll go to site.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. Councillor Nimmo.
Yeah, thanks, convener, and I'll be quick. Can I just start off by thanking Councillor McCabe for his presentation, and in particular his verbal explanation to what was contained in the 18 pages that we got with 10 minutes notice. Now, this isn't meant as a criticism of Councillor McCabe, it's more a criticism of the process that we have to follow. To get 18 pages of additional information with 5-10 minutes notice, and to have to sit and try and read through that It's just not acceptable. At the end of the day, this could have been called in by any councillor. We might not have had the benefit of a verbal explanation as to what was being provided. So we would be sitting there with 18 pages of additional information with 5 minutes to read it and digest it and try and work out what impact, if any, was contained in it. Again, the process is wrong, and I would like to know how we go about addressing that.
Okay, I can understand, but you can understand the process. The fact is that Councillor McCabe had no indication whether he'd be allowed to speak or not at the meeting. This would only be determined by the committee members, including yourself, when we came to the meeting. So Councillor McCabe sitting there, he didn't know whether he would be allowed to represent, and that's the reason that it came up at the last minute. If he had sent that information round beforehand, it would be preempting any issue.
But Convener, my question is, how do we go about addressing that? We must be able to do something to make changes.
Well, the fact is, everybody will take everything on board what you said. I can understand where you're coming from, but the fact is that Mr. Henderson's here, as are other members of the professional team, and I'm sure that they're going to look at that, because you're exactly right, but at the same time that's just the way it is at the moment. Thank you.
Okay.
So we're going to, Councillor McCabe, you can go back to your
Just one wee thing, Provost, Convener. The only reason I didn't present it earlier, I could have been seen as lobbying, and and that's totally
well, exactly.
Yeah.
I think everybody appreciates that. Thank you, sir. You just like to go back to your seat. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion moved and seconded to take this one to sites. Is there anybody otherwise minded? No. Other than that, thank you very much, everybody. I think the sites, Mr. Frawley will tell you, it's Monday the 2nd of October, and you'll get information in relation to timings, etc. Other than that, everybody that's been on the planning committee, including members and officials, I'd like to thank you very much for your time and cooperation. Members are on the LRB, there'll be a 10-minute interval. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Convener.
Thank you.
Does that mean that the gentleman who was going to talk, same as Mr. McCabe, doesn't get a chance at the moment? No, it'll be on unaccompanied site.